for the Cracker Barrel 400 here at the Nashville Super Speedway. Alright, welcome on in. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. We are here. We are ready for this one. I see rain ponchos out. I see drivers with umbrellas, and we may be here for a little while. Yeah, so this is going to be fun. We got ourselves a rain delay again in NASCAR for the... hopefully everybody's having a good time. Sorry, I'm just getting it up on my phone so I can manage chat a little bit easier. And, yeah, Alright, they are going to be doing the invocation despite the spitting rain. Alright, so there we go. Going through doing invocation, we are setting up here, getting ready for this one. Welcome on in. I do apologize that the stream was later than I had originally posted. I originally thought that I was going to be starting at around 6:30. Then a friend of mine needed a ride home from work and would have otherwise been stranded in a thunderstorm. So I ran out to go save him, and yeah, we're back. So I apologize that I was late. But we are here. They're getting ready for the national anthem. And we've got ourselves a great race here on Prime Video that we are ready and raring to go here. Again, I'm seeing spitting rain. I'm seeing drivers with umbrellas here as we are getting ready for the, as they're going through the national anthem and all that. Who's everybody's pick for the race? Let's get some picks going in the chat. Let's get some predictions going. Honestly, this feels like a Denny Hamlin type race. I mean, this track geometrically is similar-ish to Darlington. Is kind of like that hybrid between Darlington and Vegas. Two races that Denny Hamlin did very well at, and he gets some good starting track position, which does not hurt that prediction. Now, Chase Elliott is another driver I think that is extremely good at this. At those two tracks, and in particular at the Vegas race, he was the one that came out with the win. Chase Elliott, though, starting a little bit further back. Where's Elliott starting 29th? I don't love starting that far back. Now, can you still win from that far back? Absolutely. We've seen this race go to 5 overtimes. Hey, Kenneth, how's it going? Doing good tonight. We are also doing fantastic here. We are ready for a race. Problem is, it doesn't look like the weather is ready for this race, as I am still seeing spitting rain and drivers with umbrellas out, so we may be here for just a little itty bit. So, yeah, we're just talking through the starting grid a little bit. We got, again, Reddick and Hamlin out front. Bit of news in the Denny Hamlin Tyler Reddick world. Tyler Reddick will have a new teammate next year, and no, it's not replacing Bubba Wallace before anybody tries to jump in on that one. Riley Herbst is going to be getting swapped out in the number 35 car for, I guess not defending, but reigning Truck Series champion Corey Heim will be taking over that car full-time in 2027. My guess is that there's a good chance Riley Herbst might bring his funding over to Legacy Motor Club. As we know, they have found the money in their system to bring in a third full-time Cup car. A lot of people were talking about that potentially being Corey Heim's spot. But, I don't know. Corey Heim is just too good of a driver to end up on a on the third tier Toyota team. And I'm not trying to say too much negative about Riley Herbst. He's been a very solid driver in both the O'Reilly Series and the in the O'Reilly Series and at the Cup level. In fact, this year he's actually been a lot better along with his other teammates. He's seen a notable boost in his performance compared to past years. In fact, where is he in points now that we're halfway through the NASCAR season? He is not the worst Toyota. Well, that's something. 27th in points. Again, not nearly good enough to justify keeping him in the role he's in, especially over a driver who, again, just won a record-setting number of Truck Series races 1 year ago, breaking Greg Biffle's record. Yeah, it's hard to justify keeping someone there in that situation, but again, I don't think he needs to be out of the Cup Series. In fact, again, I think the third car at Legacy is a great spot for him. He'll bring some extra funding in there, help keep him afloat, and he's already outrunning one of their drivers in 2311 equipment. So, I think the biggest stat though that I hadn't realized until I was going back through and preparing stuff for a potential video when I saw that news was he had a full season of ARCA Joe Gibbs Racing equipment and did not win a race. I mean, there is very little that you can do to defend a full season of ARCA with a Joe Gibbs Racing caliber car and not get a singular race win. I mean, come on. But, yep, so we got ourselves, we're getting ready for this one. Again, we are currently under a weather delay. I am seeing the umbrellas moving about the crowd now that they've gotten through the opening ceremonies. The app has officially said that we are currently, that Nashville Super Speedway is officially under a rain delay. But, yep, there we go. AJ Allmendinger, 44 years old, won the 2023 O'Reilly race here at Nashville Super Speedway. Could AJ Allmendinger be a surprise winner tonight? I mean, that would be a surprise. Car covers are on the cars, too. No. Can we get a look at the radar, please, Prime? I know you guys probably are not listening to me because you guys have actually been doing a very solid job with your broadcasts last year and this year. Yeah, certainly better than Fox, but for whatever reason, Fox seems to listen, so we'll see. Alright, they're talking with Tyler Reddick, though, or they're talking about Tyler Reddick here as he's getting himself suited up. He's got his kid there, too. That's cute. Always love seeing the families out here, the drivers of their families, along with all the families out there in the crowd. It's always adorable to see all the kids. I'm always a sucker for a great family moment there, and great family moments happen all the time at the track. But yeah, 11. Wow, we got 11 people popping in here for a rain delay coverage here currently. Alright, they're going to the booth now, so maybe we're closer than we thought, but let's see. Adam Alexander, Earnhardt, and Letarte. Nice to see that they still got Letarte and Earnhardt together. Everybody loves Dale Jr. That is no surprise there. How long does it take to dry the track? That depends on how much rain we get. With the amount of rain that I see kind of spitting, I would assume that it won't take long to get it dry. The problem is that it's actively spitting rain, and if you go through all the effort to dry the track while it's still spitting rain, it's just going to keep getting wetter and wetter. So, right now we're in this little bit of a weird lull here, where it's like, okay, do we start to dry the track even though we know it's going to keep spitting rain all over it, and then have to go back out and do it again? I haven't actually seen any of the jet dryers at all, so we may not even have started the drying process. My safe bet is usually at least an hour from when the rain stops to when we can get it dry. Now, if they say we've lost the racetrack, that's when I start thinking, okay, it's going to be an hour and a half to 2 hours out. But all right, they're going to a commercial break. They're going to a commercial break. We're just chilling out here. But yeah, it has been a long set of days. We are here. Daniel Suarez last week, though. Let's talk a little bit about Suarez. Daniel Suarez getting that win for Spire Motorsports. Spire now having 2 wins in the same season, which is just, that was unthinkable a half decade ago when they got that first win back in 2019. The idea of them getting 2 in one season was like, okay, how are you going to manage to get that lucky twice to get perfect timing for the rain to open up? But Spire's a much better team now than they were back then. They're taking this thing seriously, and hey, I love the direction Spire Motorsports is going. Although I would personally love to see Michael McDowell maybe be able to pick up some of that speed as well and be able to actually make something of it. Alright, so there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody is having a fantastic day. Oh, we got 9 people in chat. Again, if you guys have any topics you guys would like to talk to me more about, again, I know we were gone for like a month, or for a month or two, so if you guys have any topics from the last few months that you guys would like to hear me talk about, feel free to drop them in chat. Otherwise, we will try and find some other kind of rain delay content to try and help fit in. Obviously, NASCAR has thousands of races of old races they can throw it back to. Unfortunately, I don't have access to or legal proprietary to put up a old race, and I certainly don't have the skills to sync up an old race watch along with the old race going on. I mean, that would take a lot of time. Alright, Bell doesn't have an umbrella. That might be a good sign. There's some sunshine again. I think we're close enough that I think we're probably still in the 45-minute to an hour range when we send the jet dryers out there to be able to dry the track, but I'm also not there, so... You know what, let's consult Bob. Let's see what Bob Pockris has to say. Or who Bob might be retweeting, because he was up in Detroit for IndyCar this past week. Okay, NASCAR is planning for 7:25 to start the engine. So okay, we're only going to be gone for about 10 minutes. Okay, that definitely changes things a bit. Let's see, what do we want to... Alright, so yeah, again, we're just chilling out, though. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Man, alright, the color looks a little bit washed out. Let me see if I can get the white balance a little bit better. Okay, nope. There we go. Let's just try dimming the lights overall. See if we can make the whole room a little bit darker. Maybe the white balance will be a little bit better. Alright, there we go. A little bit better, maybe? So the darker stuff again. Teams have been told to keep the drivers nearby, and that they are expecting the command to start the green, or the command to start the engines. I mean, to be around 7:25. So we should be getting ready to go racing here shortly. But aside from that, we are here. If we do get an extended rain delay, feel free to drop some suggestions in the chat. Again, we can go back to those either during a long green flag run if it's just a topic you guys want me to talk about, if it's something you guys want to see me do, whether it's gameplay or something. Again, I might not be set up for everything right now either, because again, I haven't had a whole lot of time, but yeah, we are here just chilling out, getting ready for racing to resume. Trevor Bain down on track, standing next to Ryan Blaney, talking to Tyler Reddick here, though. Blaney in the background there. Not sure. Okay, this shot is very confusing. I see Suarez's car. What is Blaney doing down there? Or more so, what is Reddick doing right in front of Blaney's car? Or not Blaney's car, Suarez's car. No idea. Everybody's just kind of wandering around in random places. But, there we go. We're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time again. I thought I guess the spitting rain must not be doing too much if they think we're going to be able to be dry and racing here shortly. But, again, they have not, none of the cars that I can see behind Reddick right now are uncovered. So, who knows if maybe they may have been just inflating their own ego by saying that we'll be ready to race in 7 minutes, but at the moment, we got no reason to doubt them. Alright, so there we go. So we're just chilling out here. We should be getting a command to start the engines in about 5 or so minutes. Yeah, still not seeing any crews anywhere near any of those cars getting ready to uncover them if we're going to be getting the command to start the engines here in approximately 5 minutes. Alright, there we go. We're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. And we are closing in on the command to start the engines. All the drivers do still have their fire suits on, although it does appear like it is still spitting rain here. And again, the fact that we haven't had one incredible stat I saw on Twitter this week. This is this is the 6th race in a row that we haven't had any sort of qualifying for, Cup, O'Reilly, Truck, or otherwise. And And now we're getting ready for, we could potentially break the record next week at Michigan if the trucks do not get practice. If the trucks do get practice, then we can, we'll only have tied the record. But there we go. Oh, man. Alright. Got my goal for tomorrow's. I got some goals for tomorrow. Alright, let's see. What do we got? We got 8 people hanging out and chatting. We're about 5 minutes. We're under 5 minutes away from the drop of the green flag. Alright, there we go. Let's just chill out here. Let's pull up the Photoshop and we'll work on some other stuff while we've got a little bit of downtime. Again, they went to a commercial break. I'm hoping that by the end of the commercial break we should be back from the red flag, but given how things have gone, I'm not overly hopeful for that. Oh yeah, I know what that is. Alright, well, looks like we don't have the file, so we'll have to say request it real quick, and we'll be on our way shortly. Just gotta go back about a year's time. Alright, 1 second, guys. Alright, that was random. That was definitely not meant for me, clearly. Alright, let's see. Come on, it's gotta be around here somewhere. Alright, they are back from commercial break. It is still looking very wet out there. I do see Pace Truck and safety trucks out there working, so maybe we're not too far from going back, but... Ah, there it is. Alright, let's send those ones. Alright. It says 60 minutes. They're starting the race at 9 p.m. Where are you seeing that? Because, I saw, we checked Bob's Twitter not that long ago. 1 second. Alright. That is going to get annoying if that doesn't stop soon. It looks like a little bit more rain is falling, but it should be relatively quick, according to Bob 10 minutes ago. But 16 minutes ago, Bob said we should be dropping the command to start the engines about 3 minutes ago. But now they've got Bowman up in the trackside studio. Who knows how long it could actually be. But yeah, it is just spitting rain right now, so we are currently under a rain delay. Hey Dave, how's it going? Alright, so the audio is breaking up. Let me see. Everything appears to be working on my end. Let me go ahead and mute real quick and just listen real quick. Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of background noise probably from my computer. Okay, it is better now. Okay, I was going to say, there's a little bit of background static from my computer fan, but... Okay, I was a little worried there for a minute, but... Yeah, we're just chilling out here, waiting for the green flag. Last update from Bob Hawkris was that NASCAR is about... was going to be dropping the command to start the engines here shortly, but... Again, we're still waiting. Let's see if... let's go with Adam Stern. I don't know if he's at the track or not. That was an IndyCar race this afternoon. No new time for starting engines. Yeah, I know there hasn't been, obviously, a new time yet for starting the engines. Okay, yeah, Adam Stern isn't one of the ones. Let's see. Jeff Gluck. There we go. See if Jeff has anything. Any weather updates. Okay, his last post was retweeting Bob. NASCAR's lining up the Air Titans about 10 minutes ago. Hey Wayne, how's it going? Bell for the win. Yep, I've heard some people say that, and I certainly don't disagree. I think Christopher Bell could really excel at this track. It isn't all that dissimilar from Iowa, a track that if you guys watched him coming through the O'Reilly series on the trucks, he was very dominant at Iowa. So there we go. So yeah, right now I'm looking at Chris Knight, and yeah, he's just saying how he didn't think we were going to be getting a command at the scheduled time, or at the originally scheduled time. So we are just chilling out here waiting for rain to pass. There we go. Muting that, and we are good to go here. Just waiting on the weather, like we have been for the last week and a half now. Was the Truck, O'Reilly, and Cup races all were affected by rain last week, and then this week we had the trucks going off at like 10 p.m., 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Friday night. Then we had Saturday. I think the O'Reilly cars went off without much of a hitch. Trying to remember. O'Reilly cars went off, without too much of a hitch. Although I wasn't able to actually stay awake the whole time because I had an early shift that morning. I was pretty exhausted. Alright, so there we go. Alright, so we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Alright, well, we are settling in for what is probably going to be a long night. Please do not give us a long rain delay. Or if you are going to give us a long rain delay, make it rain hard enough that we can just call it and come back tomorrow. Alright, 1 second, guys. Okay, no idea what that was. Alright, so there we go. Sorry about that. Had to deal with that first. But yeah, man, this rain is awful. It's probably gonna delay this race late into the evening here. Let's see if we can. Hopefully, we can at least get this race going tonight. Or if we can't, hopefully we can get this race decided. We can get the decision made on whether or not we're racing tonight going here soon. Alright, so yeah, again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody is having a good time as we are getting ready for the race. Hopefully we'll be racing soon. Again, currently under a weather delay. Just waiting to see what NASCAR is going to say. Let's do our rounds here. Has Chris Knight said anything? He has not. Has Jeff Gluck said anything? Has not. Has Bob said any update further? Obviously didn't happen with rain falling, no new time frame. Okay, that was just the other update we saw. Alright, so we have no idea as to what time we may or may not be going. Alright, so there we go. They're showing off the point standings, which will matter. As, with the new playoff standings, or the new playoff format, there is no win in, you're in. And even if you do get into the playoffs, your seeding will be dependent upon your point total, which will give Reddick a large advantage if he is able to hold on to his current 122 point lead over Hamlin. He will automatically have, I think it's about a 50-point lead over Hamlin when they re-rack it. Alright, so since there's not a single crew member out there near any of these cars, will they race tomorrow if they can't race tonight? Yes. If they do not complete halfway, so halfway here, 300 miles, or 300 laps, 400 miles. If we do not get to halfway, which would be 150, they will come back and resume the race tomorrow at some time, probably in the morning, and I will not be able to cover it. If it's early afternoon, I will be able to cover it. It's just kind of dependent right now, but for the moment, I do have a thing I need to take care of, so I'm going to go ahead and I will put back on, because it's the only pre-recorded content I have that I can put up that isn't going to actively require me doing something. My interview with Stephen Malazzi from last year. I started playing it during the Coke 600 when we got the lightning delay, but then the new lightning delay lifting came up, but I'm assuming we're going to be here for at least 15 minutes. So I will put that on and we will reconvene in about 15 minutes or so. Hey guys, Ryan here, and today we are here for a very special episode of Running the Pack because I got the chance this week to sit down and do an interview with NASCAR Truck Series driver Stephen Malazzi, driver of the number 2 Rayum Brothers racing truck. He's also driven a number of different truck numbers for them, but we had a very good conversation earlier this week, and I figured you guys would love to hear it. So yeah, we're going to go ahead and get right into the interview. So I am joined here with NASCAR Truck Series driver Stephen Malazzi. Yeah, welcome to the show. Welcome
Hey
on
man,
in.
thanks for having me on. Appreciate it.
Yeah. So yeah, yeah. So getting into kind of some of the first things I wanted to talk to you about was yeah, basically just getting, since a lot of my viewers potentially haven't heard of you or haven't potentially seen you in too many of the truck races. Yeah, I figure we go ahead and talk about some of your background, your early days of the go karting.
Yeah. So when I was a kid growing up, I did indoor rental go-karting, like literally the stuff you go buy and pay to do.
Yep,
Um and I didn't really start that until I was 9 years old, maybe 10. And I literally did that for years, like 3, maybe 4 seasons of like just racing year round at an indoor rental go-kart track. My dad would take me on a Wednesday night, drop me off and leave me there the entire night for like the $50. They had like a $50 unlimited racing deal. Um, and I would literally just race all night long by myself. And like I was like 11. Um, so I got really, really good at indoor rental go-kart racing, obviously.
yep,
As one would if you spent that much time doing it. Um, and finally my dad got bored, was like, let's go do some competitive karting. So we went to a track in upstate New York, or mid, it's not really upstate, it's more central New York. It's in the Adirondacks Mountains
yeah.
called
Anything other than the city is basically upstate New
yeah,
York.
yeah, right. It's called Oakland Valley Race Park,
All
uh
right.
OVRP for short. And we did some competitive kart racing testing, and then we bought a competitive go-kart. And those things are crazy. A lot of people don't even know what those are, but they're open wheeled. They'll do, 90 miles an hour in the upper classes, right? 80, 90 miles an hour.
Yep,
Um, there's no seat belts because if you flip, they want you to fall out instead of roll because your head is the highest thing in them.
yep.
They're crazy. They're awesome. They're a ton of fun.
Yeah,
And
I've
it's a
gotten to see a
serious
couple of
business.
local go kart races up here as well. So, yep,
Yeah,
I've
yeah,
seen some of those things.
and even the local stuff is a serious business. So there's a whole national scene to that kind of stuff that expands as you progress through the ranks, and we did that for a few years. And at one point, I was a runner-up national champion, and I was flown out to Portugal to race overseas in Europe for what is considered the Olympics of karting. I don't know why there are balloons that just popped up on my Zoom. That was crazy. But in the Olympics of karting, which is like, it's 400 drivers from 50 something different countries, and it's a huge event. Um,
Yep.
and then, after that, I retired for a little bit after that. Until I ended up coming back to pursue stock car racing.
Yeah, so I assume that most of your karting, then, especially like those indoor karting places, are always kind of road course based. So, yeah, I assume the overseas stuff in Portugal was road courses too,
Oh yeah. Yep.
because
Yep.
yeah, because
They're not
yeah, that
even
was one
local.
of the
It's
things.
funny. It's
Because
oh, sorry. I was gonna say
yeah,
it's the opposite. Um, we specify when a track is a road course. In karting, usually you specify when a track is an oval,
yeah,
right? So
because
like we
both the
don't.
karting tracks up here are both ovals. So,
Yeah, yeah.
all right, but yeah, so then obviously you took your time away from the sport for what was it, about 5 years? I think I read in some of the
5
stuff that I
years.
was reading, getting ready for this. So
Yep, yep.
Yeah, and then obviously you made your return at Mid Ohio with what, as far as I could tell, was your kind of best run in the NASCAR ladder, at least in terms of the actual NASCAR trucks.
Yeah, yeah. I would say so the 5 year hiatus was because I was a kid, right? And I'm very vocal on social media about paid drivers because it's all
Yep.
about money these days. But when you're a kid, who else is going to pay for your racing, right? But my dad and I did the racing that we did do on an extreme budget for the
Yep.
most part. And even that is a relative term. I am not from like a poor family. I'm from a fairly well off family, right? But not from NASCAR money. Not from my
Yeah.
dad owns a multi-billion-dollar business and or runs a multi-million-dollar business, and I can just write a check and go drive whenever I want. Um, but when he got sick, our financial situation changed drastically. So the first thing to go was obviously racing because that's an
Yeah.
unnecessary expense.
Yep.
5 years go by, maybe four, and he comes into my room and is like, I'm upset because all this NASCAR news in Daytona is coming out about 2021.
Okay.
And I'm like,
Yep.
damn, I feel like I should, if my life had gone the way I'd hoped it had, at this point I'd be racing in Daytona or something like that.
Yep.
Um, and I was kind of an uh, an asshole about it, for lack of a better term, to my family. And my dad walks in my room and asks me what my problem is, and I explain the whole thing to him, and he's like, let me tell you something, kid. If I had treated my cancer the way you treated racing, I would have died 5 effing years ago. And turns around and walks out, says nothing else to me for a few days. So I started emailing a bunch of team owners, and eventually I connected with the 76ers commentator, the basketball team, the Philadelphia
Yep.
76ers, who works for NBC,
All
who
right.
connected me with Michael Carey, who is now still working in NASCAR today, who connected me with eventually what ended up being Josh Ryome. And I moved down about 2 weeks later to work for Josh Ryome unpaid for a summer. I did some late model races, and then Josh helped me figure out how to get approved to do the truck race at Mid Ohio. Um, it's crazy. I think our best run was probably Pocono, like not by finishing position, but by
Yeah.
racing, right? Pocono, we finished 24th. We ran inside the top 15 at a couple different points. Um,
Yeah. Which year was that? Because I think there were a couple of different Pocono races I
a
kind of
lot of
circled.
three, yeah.
Yeah.
This was at 23 Pocono.
Okay, 23
Um,
Pocono. Yeah, I was busy doing something that day, so I didn't get to watch that race. But I remember seeing you in the 2024 Pocono race. I think it
yeah,
was.
yeah,
Yeah, last year's.
we've been mired with issues in my racing career. A
Yeah.
lot of mechanical problems. I think we've only ever had four races without a mechanical problem out of my 10 starts. So
Yep.
more than half we end up DNFing due to mechanical.
Yeah,
But
I know the last two races, the earlier this year, the last two races were both mechanical issue in the first like 10, 15 laps.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
um, yeah. So yeah, our Pocono run that we Mid Ohio, we were just like a lost puppy. Like it was a grind, man. I had to learn a ton of stuff. Like for example, if you've never driven a road course stock car, you don't really have to know how to downshift aggressively that often. Because in an oval, there's not really an oval in short track racing locally where you're downshifting every lap pretty much, because usually it's geared out in half mile or less ovals or 3/8 of a mile oval.
Yeah, where you usually
Um,
just get up to gear, four or whatever, and just kind of ride in fourth gear.
yeah, yeah, and you only really ever have to downshift under a caution or come into pit road or whatever.
Yeah, restarts.
Yeah, exactly. But road courses, Mid Ohio, you're shifting a crap ton, like a
Yep.
lot of times every lap. So we were, and, obviously we're not racing for for front row or Tricon. We're
Yeah, you're
racing.
not racing for a
Yeah,
race
yeah.
winning contender at
And
least.
and and in 2022, RBR was, and don't like I also work for RBR. RBR is my home. It's my family,
Yep.
right? But in 2022, RBR was even further off than it is now, right? Like our stuff's getting better as the years go on, and But in 2022, it was true back marker equipment. Like,
Yeah.
it was
Yeah,
there.
working off of basically a shoestring type budget.
And 22nd was actually, I think, the best finish. It was like the third best finish the 43 truck had all year, right? And
Yep.
maybe the best finish it had in the entire second half of the season. So we were really proud of that run, but it was a messy run. It took a lot, and we were actually running 17th, I think, on right before the white flag a lap, and we got sent off the racetrack by our teammate who was 32 laps down. So that was really something special there. That was
Yep.
I was pissed because I should have had a 17th place there, but you know, it it's how it goes sometimes. So
Yeah, and then obviously, as we've kind of talked about, you then raced a few other races on basically a part-time schedule.
yeah,
Pocono being one of the ones that you've raced most often, being kind of your home track with New Jersey as your home, right?
yeah.
So, I was kind of curious as to if the plan was to try and get back in there for more of the road courses, since that seemed to be what you had the potential success with, or if running ovals was intentional to try and better yourself on oval racing.
I would love to do another road course. The problem is they're more expensive usually because um
Yeah, specialized equipment.
and riskier.
Yeah,
Specialized equipment because they're not common. People always get sent home at road courses, right? So you risk spending all that money to not even race.
yeah,
And
because there's more road runners that come out of the woodworks.
and that's also why they're more expensive, right? Because you have people who are looking to either get approved to continue racing in NASCAR or people who have the money to do one-off starts because they're road course ringers who fill up the seats and drive up the price. So usually my thing is look for the races that are cheap because those
Yep.
are the ones that I can figure out a way to do.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, got to figure out the ones that are, and obviously, yeah, you want to balance both being able to race on the budget and still being able to race in a situation where you feel like you can actually be competitive. So I'm sure
Yeah.
that's at least part of it.
Yeah.
So,
Yep.
yeah. All right. So, yeah, and then kind of one of the last couple of questions that I had were kind of
Sure.
looking to the future as to, if you have any more starts that you know or that you can announce as of right now, because like I know you're kind of on a week to week basis as to
Yeah.
whether or not you're racing.
Yeah. Nothing that I can announce, but some exciting things in the works.
All right.
And one I can talk about a little more openly is like I'm looking obviously to do Pocono, and I have some things that work for Pocono. Uh,
Yep.
home race, it's just what I want to do every year.
Mm-hmm.
But then I have another dark horse that is closer to being done, that I can't really talk about.
Yeah. Obviously, sometimes you just can't talk about it
Yeah.
quite yet. So I
Yep.
understand if future plans aren't the most available. So
Yeah.
yeah, and then one of the other bullet points I had was the more road courses, but we kind of already talked about. You do them if they were cheaper.
Yep. Yep. I would love to do it if they were cheaper.
Yeah, and then one of the other things that I saw when kind of doing some research before this one is that you've also been going to law school and working as a
Yeah.
law clerk in your downtime. And how do you manage to balance that along with the between the racing schedule and working with the race team as well?
That's a great
Because
question. Not a lot of sleep, a lot of
yep,
work. Um, it's right. Going to law school in its own right is a full-time job, right? You throw in driving a race car or working for RBR or anything else, any of the other 10 endeavors that I end up having. And it's not easy. It's tough to figure it out. It all comes down to really good time management. And at the end of the day, that's I guess that's a pretty generic answer, but that's the truth, right? It's all about making sure that you manage your time in a way that's productive.
yep, yeah. I mean, time management obviously it's a big thing for almost anybody to have a good work life balance, but especially when you're trying to balance two or really three jobs when it comes to driving the race car, working at the race shop, and then the law school stuff too.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yep. All right. So yeah, those are most of the things I kind of had bulleted out. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing as you progress throughout your career. Would love to potentially have you back on at some point in the future.
Yeah.
Um,
Hopefully next time I'll have bigger news for you to share.
yeah. Well, say, and maybe I'll even get to see you race in person. I don't think I've been at any of the races that you've been at in person, but I will be at both the truck race in New Hampshire, which I'm
Okay.
so excited they added
Okay.
trucks back to New Hampshire.
Yeah,
And then
that'd be a good one.
I'm doing that and the Bristol weekend back to back, so that's gonna be a busy week.
Yeah, New Hampshire will be fun. New
So
Hampshire will be fun.
yeah, all right. Well, thank you for giving us a bit of your time here tonight, and yeah, thank you for coming on to introduce yourself to the fans. Looking
Yes,
forward
sir.
to seeing you on the track.
Ryan, thanks for having me on. I appreciate it, man.
All right, just wanted to say a very massive thank you to Stephen Malazzi for being willing to come on the channel and tell us just a little bit about his story as he's come through the ranks from go karting to racing in Europe. All right, and we are back here. Probably cut off my intro or my outro just a little bit, but it is looking sunny out there. We just took a brief 15-minute break, collected our thoughts, got some stuff in order, and we are back. Alright, there we go. Alright, but yeah, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Alright, so again, we're back from our little bit of a break there. And again, if you guys want to catch that interview again, it was posted to the channel last year, and yeah, would love to get a chance to talk to Malazzi again here at some point in the future. Alright, yeah, we are just chilling out here waiting for this race to get going. Hopefully you guys did enjoy the interview there with Truck Series driver Stephen Malazzi, but until everything else gets settled down, we're just chilling out here looking very sunny out in Nashville. They got the Air Titans out there. Hopefully we'll be able to go racing here shortly. I do not have an updated time when we're expecting as I have not seen an updated green flag. As Bob was saying, that it'll take about somewhere between 30 and 90 minutes. So right about in that hour time block that I was guessing. Have not found out from any of the NASCAR reporters. Jeff Gluck hasn't posted. Let's see. Alright, let's see. Yeah, we're still just waiting out the rain. Again, it looks like we may have finally broken through. they're going to go to another commercial break. We should hopefully have drivers getting in their cars, hopefully, by the end of it. Oh, but yeah, it has been it's been a long week. But yeah, no practice. There was practice, but no qualifying for any of the 3 series this week. Yeah, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. Alright, so yeah, Ryan Preece and Brad Keselowski in the Consumer Cellular commercial. Always love getting to see the NASCAR drivers actually featured in the NASCAR in commercials for their sponsors and not just in NASCAR commercials. Always cool to see some good brand recognition there. Getting some good value out of the drivers, not just having their name on a moving billboard. Alright, there we go. They're going back racing. The sun's coming back out. Yep. Yeah, again, the sun's coming out. We should be racing here within a half hour or so, assuming the rain continues to hold off. If the rain pops back up, who knows? But, I think a 1 hour delay here, probably not bad. But, yeah, again, it was spitting snow pretty much the entire time there. Alright, so there we go. 4th full-time Cup season here for Nemechek as we are chilling out here. But yeah, it feels weird because Nemechek did like that very short stint for Front Row Motorsports, then went back down to the Truck Series. So it's weird to think that he's already in his 4th season, but yeah, he left the Cup Series, went back down to the Truck Series, had a dominant season. I don't believe he capped it off with a championship, but still, he proved more than enough to go ahead and get himself a good run. Alright, so there we go. There we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. Chilling out here, hopefully. And hoping to be going back racing here very soon. Alright, there we go. Alright, so yeah, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Do, 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 do. Alright, there we go. They're talking with SVG, who is out of his fire suit. Oh no, that's not a good sign. Why is SVG, yeah, no idea why SVG is out of his fire suit, but that cannot be a good sign for the race. Alright, we are just chilling out here. Hopefully, we'll be going back here soon. But yeah, again, SVG being out of his fire suit is a little disappointing. We'll have to wait and see what that ends up meaning here. Alright, there we go. Yeah, we're just chilling out here. Alright, Zillage still in a fire suit. That gives me some hope. Again, it looked a lot clearer a few minutes ago than, but again, SVG being out of his fire suit makes me nervous. Yeah, we got the Red Bull Chevy for Zillage there. I gotta say, I do love seeing the Red Bull colors back on the racetrack. Those are some of the coolest colors around. Any updates on track? The last I heard is that the Air Titans have been deployed, and we were about 30 minutes away, and that was about 10, 20 minutes ago now. Zilich is in his fire suit, but his teammate SVG, who they just interviewed, was not in a fire suit. So I'm a little bit torn as to what to kind of expect going from this, because yeah, again, when you see drivers out of their fire suits, that usually tells you that it's not very good. But it's looked very sunny, and then we've got the fact that obviously other drivers are in their fire suits, and yeah. At the moment, I'm not really sure what the answer is going to end up being. Alright, so there we go. Alright, we're just chilling out here waiting for this one to get going. I promise once I have a rain or lack thereof update, I will let you guys know. But again, the skies look clear on the broadcast. I'm not in the pit, so I can't tell you how close or far away they are going. Okay, there we go. Car covers are off. That is a great step in the right direction. Oh, radar looks good. Around 9, there's a couple cells that could bring heavy rain, so we may only have about 45 minutes to try and get this race to halfway. Yeah, from what I'm hearing, but car covers are off. That is a very good sign. Yeah, car covers being off is a very, very good sign. Alright, there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here waiting for this one to wrap. Waiting for the rain. And so again, they're drying the track still. Again, it looks very sunny, and Zilich is right there sitting on a workbench beside his car. Again, I think we are pretty close to going back racing. It's just a matter of time right now. There we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. But yeah, we are just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Alright, we're going to Twitter again, seeing if there's updates. Again, everything we're seeing on the broadcast looks very promising. Alright, let's see. Nothing there. Bob Pockris, who's not here. Alright, looks like command to start the engines should be in about 7 minutes, according to Bob Pockris. So 8:25 is the target time from what I'm seeing here. So 8:25, we got about 7 minutes before we get this one going. But yeah, we are. So we'll have to see what the 9 o'clock rain burst has, because supposedly there is a chance of heavy rain, according to a buddy of mine who's been watching the radar for the race. That we may have around 9. I should probably ask him. Just asked him if he was talking local time for us or local time for the track, because he and I are both East Coast guys, or Eastern Standard Times at least. But the track is in Nashville, which is Central Time Zone. So I have asked that question to a buddy of mine who should have an answer, but. Alright, so there we go. They've got the drivers in the cars, so we'll be ready to go racing here very, very shortly. I'm going to top off my water before we go back, so I'll be right back. All right. Now we are back. Yes, we have been under a rain delay. We should be racing here shortly. The command to start the engines, according to Bob Pockris, is in about 1 minute. So I was just refreshing my water before the start of the race. So we are back and we are ready for this one. Cars are uncovered. Drivers are climbing into them as we went to the commercial break. Going down the line, Larson, Gibbs, Blaney. All the drivers locked into their seats and getting ready to start the engines. About an hour and a half late to to the Nashville Super Speedway race. Welcome on in. Hopefully everybody is having a fantastic evening here. And it's about to get a whole lot better once we go ahead and fire these racing machines right back up here. Alright, so there we go. Plus, we got driver introductions. They already did that. Cars are rolling. Engines are fired. Cars are rolling. And, yeah, we are getting ready to get these cars out onto the grid. So they're going to go to yet another commercial break. And we'll have a formed up field ready to go green, hopefully, when we come back from that commercial break here. Alright, there we go. Do. So, there we go. Man, SVG starting in the top 10 though on an oval following an oval race is actually pretty interesting. He had a good enough day at Charlotte that he's yeah, you've mentioned that before, Kenneth. Your friend does WWE and other sports stuff on YouTube. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I think you've sent us your friend's stuff before when we've been doing NFL or other stuff to potentially do raids or other stuff. Ooh, yeah, there we go. They got the NASCAR shop ad going on. We're just chilling. Alright, there we go. Now they're going to roll. So they're showing the cars rolling off once again. This time Looks like these cars are actually going in order. Completely forgot about the race. You would have been here earlier. See, the rain showed up just so that the rain showed up and waited just in time so that you could get here in time for the start of the race. So Hamlin and Reddick rolling around here at for row 1. Some other notable drivers starting a little bit further back. You got guys like Bowman and Hocevar starting in rows 9 and 10 respectively. They're going through this order in quite a hasty fashion. Corey Heim was just named as the replacement for the driver he shares a row with on the starting grid in row 12. That is hilarious. The fact that the guy that was just announced that he's going to be replacing is now going to have had to ride on a truck and is now going to have to start on the same row with the driver replacing him. That is hilarious. So yeah, there we go. We got 12 people hanging out in chat. Well, come on in. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Hour plus rain delay. They're going to the pits for an update. We are just chilling here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. All right, my buddy who told me about the rain update just told me that the rain is far enough out that it shouldn't impact the race. Because there was a rainstorm that was threatening heavy rain for the Nashville area in about 30 minutes. But again, from what he's said, that the radar says that the storm has rolled far enough away. Alright, so there we go. This race is only a few hours from where I'm at in Tennessee. It can be a cold 1 minute and burning up the next. Yeah, I feel like that's almost anywhere you go, because you do that up here. We go through that up here in Maine quite a bit too. You don't like the weather, you either wait a minute or walk a mile. Alright, so there we go. Yeah, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Alright, managing, as they're talking about the tools for victory, managing tire wear. Yeah, this is definitely a tire wear track. Again, similar to the Darlington, it is a track that does just kind of eat up tires. It's also about the same length as Darlington, too. Yeah, it's kind of like a mini Kansas or mini Las Vegas in shape. Lengthwise, it's about on par with Darlington, so a little bit more braking than the others, but there we go. Alright, so they're going through everything. We got everybody pacing out there. I'll say again, weather looks good, so we may have caught in a good break where we might get this thing fully completed. Showing some of the challenges from practice of guys trying to get on pit road here. Yeah, during the practice session the other day, and yeah, multiple drivers missing it. Oh, there goes Blaney missing it. Again, these are all from practice. Yeah, Gregson overcooking it on entry. Yeah, Byron found out that he overcooked it and backed off way earlier. So at least good on him for noticing that he was overcooking it and doing the only thing he pretty much could at that point. Alright, so there we go. Yeah, we are chilling here. Everybody is nice and double filed up behind the pace car. And let's see, do we still have the second pace car, or have we sent the second pace car in? Nope, there is still a second pace car, so we are still at least a couple laps away. Because that second pace car will have to get out of the way, then the rest of the field will have to line up behind the rest of the leaders. And then we will be ready to go racing. Doop, 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 doop. Alright, so there we go. They're talking with Ty Gibbs here as we're getting ready to send this thing green flag racing any minute now. Man, say so. Kyle Larson, 3 top 5 finishes at Nashville. Got ourselves a pretty good race going. There we go. Alright. Now they're doing the pass through on pit road, so alright, after this one, they should be getting formed up behind the leader, and it should be about 2 more laps to green. So Bell had a rough Texas, a rough Watkins Glen. I don't remember how his All-Star race was because I was out of studio that week. But we are here tonight. He was the runner-up at the Coke 600 last week, so alright, so listening to team communication here on the 24. Okay, in 20 minutes, yeah, kind of have to go. Yeah, I get it. We say everybody has different work schedules. It's part of why I didn't stream the last 2 nights is because I had work at 4 a.m. the following morning, and well, certainly the 11 a.m. or the 11 p.m. start time for the trucks was not happening with a work shift at 4 a.m. the following morning. Let's see. Nashville ground crew should be fired. The grass looks awful, about a foot high on the front stretch. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, that grass is pretty tall there after the camera zoomed in on it. I'm not sure I would say go quite as far as to say the grounds crew should be fired, but yeah. Yeah, we try to do it for all the cup races. Truck and O'Reilly are kind of more sporadic just because of my schedule. And certainly Friday nights are really, Friday nights are always really tough. Okay, notice you have stream sports too. Yeah, most specifically once NASCAR goes off the air in November, I usually pick up the NFL season around then, and I might pick up another game or two here or there when there isn't a direct NASCAR conflict. Okay, you got another streamer that's starting at 9 p.m. Eastern. All right, cool. All right, well, as I enjoy the race. This should be a good one. I'm excited. Hopefully, everybody else is too. And yeah, tell the other streamer I said hi. But yeah, here we go. Fireworks going off. Lights are off on the pace car. We should be going green this time by. Field is entirely doubled up behind the pace car. That second half of the field is still hanging quite a ways off the lead pack here. But here we go. Pace car makes the dive towards pit road, leaving this field in the hands of Tyler Reddick and pole sitter Denny Hamlin as they creep and crawl towards the restart zone. And Denny goes about 20 feet early. Denny Hamlin jumps the start. Green flags out, and Denny Hamlin has jumped the start. Distant Bengals fan? Okay, don't keep up with them often. All right, well, hey, if I know people are Bengals fans, I might try and highlight some Bengals games on the schedule at work with mine. But yeah, most specifically, Monday Night Football tends to be one that I can usually pick up because no NASCAR usually on Mondays, so. And then sometimes either Thursday Night Football or once NASCAR wraps up. But yeah, here we go. Green flag out. I'm curious if they're going to penalize Hamlin and say unless maybe the green flag had waved before before he got to the start zone, but that was a major jump there by yep, there it is. Penalty. Denny Hamlin jumped the start. Yep. And that was clear as day. Yeah, I've got another friend who's a Bengals fan too. I'm hoping that Joe Burrow and the Bengals can keep it healthy this year. Yeah, but yeah, here we go. That was a blatant jump start there from Hamlin. Denny Hamlin now has to get it woed down to pit road speed and is going to have to do a pass-through penalty at pit road speed. This is going to really hurt Denny Hamlin if he can't catch a lucky break here with this caution flag early in this race. Tyler Reddick, Daniel Suarez, your top two. Christopher Bell breathing all over Daniel Suarez's neck here as he is all over that rear bumper. Larson, Gibbs round out your top five, and Blaney trying to catch up to that front five. But right now, Bell to the outside of Suarez, and there we go. Christopher Bell has passed Daniel Suarez for second, and he clears him down, and he clears himself down in front, and he is now clear in second place. About 3/4 of a second off of Tyler Reddick, who also kind of launched out of a cannon. And here comes the 11 car back onto the track. He is in danger of going a lap down. Good thing is, with a couple of Toyotas out front, maybe they can cut him a little bit of slack. But with Kyle Larson, who has now gotten by Daniel Suarez himself, it is not going to be the easiest thing in the world for the Toyotas to try and let Denny Hamlin have a little bit of slack. Although, I say Larson got ahead of Suarez. Suarez was actually was able to side draft him and battle back down the back straightaway. They are still side by side off of turn number 4, and they hit the start finish line. Suarez ahead of Larson by mere millimeters out there, but Suarez still ahead at the line, and Suarez continuing to do some incredible side drafting here to try and hold Kyle Larson right there on his door. There goes Kyle Larson. Looks like he's going to finally clear Suarez, and Suarez immediately kind of drops back a little bit further as well, knowing that Ty Gibbs is now the target to try and hold up, because, again, he's just trying to hold for as much position as he can. And in memory of Kyle Busch, they are remembering him here on lap 8, as they did at Coke 600 1 week ago. All right, there we go. Lap 9. All right, so again, Reddick and Bell out in front of the field. They've got about a 2-second gap on Larson in the field, so it should be pretty good. And again, man, Suarez is doing a lot of side drafting here, just trying to cut, scratch and claw to hang on to any bit of track position that he can. Yeah, and there we go. Christopher Bell gets the fastest lap as the second place driver here. Again, Kyle Larson, he's gotten a little bit ahead of the Gibbs Suarez battle, but he is not really eaten into the two Toyota lead at the moment. And again, those Toyotas may be trying to conserve a little bit to try and not lap Denny Hamlin, or at least not lap him as quickly, so that they can hopefully allow him to catch a caution. But again, at some point there will come a time where they have to do something. But at least for right now, they do have the ability to, it seems like, keep ahead of Larson and not lap Denny Hamlin quite yet. But man, that Denny Hamlin jump start really sucks for a lot of people, especially me, because I picked him to win this one. Alright, there we go. Alright, so there we go. Again, we're just waiting this one out here. 12 laps in. Bit of a battle here between Byron and, wow, Blaney had a big shiver on that car. Alright, there we go. Alright, yeah. Right now we got I say also, whenever other sports games are going on at the same time as NASCAR, I tend to try and give you guys timely updates about them. Alright. But yeah, again, so far though, Reddick has been able to maintain his 7/10 of a second lead over Christopher Bell, and the two of them are pulling away from Larson, even after Suarez has dropped now all the way to 7th place, as Blaney, Byron have both gotten by him, and now it's Eric Jones and SVG breathing down his neck. And it looks like they are sending this one to commercial break, and we will be continuing to just keep up with this one. It has been a long day, but we are here. We're ready for this one. NHL and NBA are both in the final series of the year. Yeah, I know. We were giving updates during the Coke 600. We were giving updates on the what was it? Was it a Thunder game that was going on that night? And I know the Spurs just beat the Thunder last night to move on. So I think NBA is on a day or two hold while they prepare for the finals. Yeah, game one of the finals starts on Wednesday for the NBA. Is there NHL games tonight? Let's see. Stanley Cup Finals start on June 2nd, so on Tuesday night, the finals for that start. So yeah, again, if any of them are going on during NASCAR races, I tend to give people scoring updates periodically throughout the night, so that if you guys are choosing to spend your time watching us or the NASCAR race, you guys can keep up. But so far, let's say not Blaney, sorry, Logano and Hocevar are starting to get into it just a little bit here, battling it out for position. Chase Elliott making his way through the field efficiently. And where is Ross Chastain ended up here? Let's see. Let's see if we can figure out where in the world Ross Chastain actually is at the moment. Let's see. Cracker Barrel 400. So, Ross Chastain is up to 28th. He is not making the kind of progress we hoped he would. Alright, let's see. Alright. They're talking about the burn bar now. 4.7 miles per gallon here is what Tyler Reddick is getting. Hopefully everybody's street cars gets at least 5 times more than that. That should be the bare minimum for a street car, getting at least 5 times more than that, but alright, so again, right now, Reddick and Bell are both out here trying to, I would assume would be trying to conserve their fuel while they're out front. I mean, they're just managing right now the front of the field, but they have gapped Larson, so one might think that they're burning more fuel. Alright, well, we are just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. We got 5 people hanging out in chat. We got Jones, SVG up in the top 10. Zane Smith still hanging up in the top 10 while Suarez continues to free fall here. He's dropped to 9th. Hocevar, Allmendinger in 11th and 12th. We got an interesting front of the field here. Partially created by the rain out, but again, it's kind of starting to become normal to see kind of some of these names now. Maybe not necessarily all the names, but like SVG did well at the All-Star race, did well at Charlotte last week. The last 2 weeks, both on ovals, SVG has looked pretty good. Do I expect him to keep it up? No, I do not. But would love to see it. I think it's great for the sport to have SVG tearing it up. So yeah, we're 27. We're a third of the way through this first stage already. Just clicking off these laps. Zane Smith looking to the inside here on Daniel Suarez. Suarez battling on the outside, he's been trying to scratch and claw all race long so far to stop the bleeding, but so far Suarez has just quickly and efficiently just drifted his way back through the field. He's tried slowing up every single person he's battled, but he hasn't been able to hold anybody at this point. Everybody who's gotten to him pretty much has passed him. And now Zane Smith is trying to do the exact same thing right back to him. An 18th at Watkins Glen and now a 10th at Charlotte the last 2 points races. Zane Smith is looking, again, serviceable at least, which is better than the Front Row Motorsports team has looked in a little bit at least. Alright. Man, it has been a long day. Alright, let's see. But yeah, Hamlin jumping to the start really makes this race very different than it otherwise would have been. Because otherwise, I think we would have had a really good duel between him, Reddick, and possibly even Bell getting in the mix. But yeah, there we go. And now here comes Hocevar getting to the back bumper of his teammate Suarez for that for the 10th position here. Again, these drivers keep getting to Suarez, and then immediately they're already looking past him because, again, Suarez, for whatever reason, has been on just a free fall since the drop of the green flag, and it is not stopping now. 32 laps complete here of 90. So yeah, there we go. Man. It has been a long day already. Again, Ty Gibbs hanging out. 5.5 seconds off the leaders. Wow, he has had a rough go of it. Kyle Larson actually, compared to everybody else, Kyle Larson is actually hanging a lot closer than anyone else. So there we go. Alright. Let's see. Again, we're just chilling out here, though. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Let me know who your guys' favorite driver is, and I'll try and keep you guys updated. Caution flag flies. Yellow, yellow, yellow. I'm assuming this might be a competition caution for the rain. Because they have not shown out. Yep, competition caution. We anticipated at lap 35. Okay, I did not know that there was a comp caution coming. I could have assumed that because we did have some rain, but was not aware we had a comp caution coming at lap 35, so Denny Hamlin stays on the lead lap, and he's going to be right back in this thing. Alright, so there we go. Caution flags out. Again, right now, this is a major break here for Denny Hamlin. Because Denny Hamlin will be able to get caught back up, and he'll be able to start dead last on the field at least. Rather than having to be essentially a green flag pit stop behind. So, he's finished top 10 in 3 of the 4 Nashville races, and he's finished no worse than 12th in any of the 4 Nashville races. That's pretty impressive stats there for Denny. Obviously, we'll have to wait and see how he does on this next restart, but, man. So yeah, we are under caution flag here. We should hopefully be seeing pit road open this time. They've got the Chili's car that's Carson Osvar has tires over the wall and ready for this one. And yet it looks like pit road is open, and here comes the field. No, not quite everybody. Almost everybody coming down pit road here. Looks like 2 people stayed out, but we got Reddick, Larson, Gibbs, and Bell, the top 4 drivers coming onto pit road. All 4 hitting their marks in their box. Well, the first 2 hitting the marks in the boxes here. Larson down and away, 9.8, while Tyler Reddick, 9.6. Tyler Reddick a little bit quicker there. Ty Gibbs with an 11.8. Yikes, that is going to be a rough pit crew there. But, looks like Joey Logano had a pretty good pit stop. Okay, 2 tires for Van Gisbergen, Logano, Keselowski. Everybody else on 4 tires coming out in this order. Reddick, Larson, Bell, Bowman on 2 tires, Briscoe on 2 tires, Byron on 4, and Blaney on 4. Ty Gibbs definitely took a bit of a fall there. They're gonna go to side-by-side commercial break during a during a yellow flag period. All right, well, I'm gonna run and use the bathroom real quick, and we'll be right back, guys. we go. We are set up and ready for this one. Alright, we're back from commercial break. SVG and Logano, the two leaders here. Again, the front three, those two and Keselowski are on are on 2 tires, while everybody else while the majority of the rest of them are on 4. Bowman and Briscoe, some of the other drivers I know that are on 2 tires here. Alright, so here we go. Green flag's out. SVG and Logano out in front of the field here. And the 3 drivers on 2 tires all managing to hang on to those top 3 spots. No, Brad Keselowski's going to lose out on 3rd and 4th as he comes around the line, just barely holding on to a 5th position here. So here we go. We're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Alright, so we got SVG holding on to this one, but Logano gets absolutely swallowed up by Larson, Reddick, and now Christopher Bell, and now SVG remains the lone 2-tire soldier so far. It does not look like 2 tires was. It looks like 2 tires was firmly not the correct call here. Alright, so there we go. And again, these drivers, the 3 drivers behind them, Larson, Reddick, and Bell, all fighting it out amongst each other to see who gets to pass SVG, while SVG is trying to just run away and make that answer none of them. Alright, so we got SVG. Is SVG holding? Here comes Larson to the back bumper of SVG, going to try and hold him back off here. Alright, here we go. Larson to the outside of SVG. Again, those 2 tires versus 4 tires. They've worked a lot better for SVG than any of the others. But that clean air is definitely helping as well. Larson, though, now alongside, he's got just as clean air as SVG. It's going to come down to a battle of who can side draft who. So there we go. SVG held off. Whoa. SVG actually held off Larson. There we go. SVG looking impressive here tonight. Alright, so here we go. SVG versus Larson. SVG continuing to hold strong. He's doing a great job here. Man, trying to get caught up on some of the organization that I have definitely fallen behind on here. But again, right now, Larson has now gotten clear of SVG, so has Bell, and Reddick is also now battling SVG to try and clear him. Seems like once that first car got clear, everybody else started finally being able to get clear of SVG as well. But again, SVG held on a lot better than I think anybody thought he would. I mean, holding off cars like Kyle Larson, Bell, and Reddick for 12 laps. 13 laps if you count the ones that SVG led. Or if you count the one that Logano led there while SVG was up near the front too. But, man. SVG, again, looked impressive there. Alright, back from commercial break. Let's say we got Larson and Bell duking it out at the front of the field here. Let's say we may have a really good race on our hands. Let's see, where is Denny Hamlin at after jumping the start here? Oh, come on. Alright, so Denny Hamlin has moved his way up to 28th. Okay, that is not bad whatsoever. But yeah, Larson and Bell, though, this could be a good battle here down the stretch. We'll have to keep an eye on it. Oh, it has been a long night already. 32 laps to go here in stage number 1. Let's see, what do we got? Wow, wait, how did SVG get back by Reddick? Are you kidding me? SVG actually passed Reddick back? Wow. And I say, SVG is doing an incredible job here, hanging on and gaining track position here. I'd say Briscoe's hanging on with those two tires pretty well, because Lasky Logano, there's kind of a pocket of those guys. Yeah, sixth, seventh, eighth. Yeah, all on two tires here. I think Blaney's on four tires, and he's got to be frustrated with them. Because while they're doing it out in front of him, he can't proceed past them, even if his tires are significantly better, which I'm not sure that at this point, given how some of them have handled this, that this is actually all that much of an improvement. Chastain's up 16 spots from the start. There we go. Nice to see Chastain making some moves. 28 to go, though, in stage number 1. Who would have thought that SVG would be earning points for being in the top 5 in the stage, but pole sitter Denny Hamlin wouldn't? I mean, if you told someone that before the race started, you would have looked like you were insane. Although SVG has been good. So he was very surprising at Charlotte last week. The fact that SVG held on for for top 10 the entire way, pretty much. There we go. Alright, so, wow, Kyle Larson, top 10 in all 5 Nashville Super Speedway races that we've had since the tracks returned in 2021. He has never finished outside the top 10. It's a pretty impressive statistic there. So where is, let's see where Chastain has made his way to. Since we've got him in our fantasy lineup, we kind of care. A lot more than we normally would. Ross Chastain's up to 19th place. Okay, that's not bad. Mike McDowell and Corey Heim battling it out for position a lot further back here. Oh, man. I will say, these Sunday night races are a little annoying, especially on non-holiday weekends. Because obviously, holiday weekend isn't a big deal, but tomorrow is not a holiday, unfortunately. There we go. Let's see. Again, Bell hanging right onto the back of Larson. Larson's led pretty good here, but Christopher Bell is not letting Larson get away. Unlike that last run where Bell and Reddick were both able to kind of leave Larson behind. Larson, this time, he's the one kind of setting the pace, and Bell is hanging closer to him than he was to Reddick earlier, but Bell still has the fastest lap of the entire race. Probably still that lap that he set earlier. 160.2 miles an hour. That's a full mile an hour faster than Larson's best lap. And so there are some others that are somewhat close. Reddick only a 4/10, close to 8/10 of a second off of Bell's lap. But there we go. Here comes Hosvar trying to get around Bowman here. Alex Bowman currently residing in the 12th position, while Hosvar in 13th is trying to attack him, trying to make it past him. Obviously, Bowman had to sit out for for like a month or so, following a vertigo diagnosis and following some treatment plan. It sounded like so. There we go. 19 laps to go here. We're going to commercial break. Oh, and somebody's up against the fence. It's a caution flag flies. Connor Zilic appears to have a tire down. Connor Zilic with a tire down with 18 laps to go. There we go. Alright, so there we go. 18 laps to go. Again, we're at commercial break. Zilic is going into the garage area to have that car looked at. With a commercial break, we are going to go ahead and I'm going to run and refresh the water, see if I can get something to eat, because I'm a little bit hungry. we're back. I just tripped over my water bottle because I'm not used to having it on that side. Alright, so here we go. Pit stops are underway here with about 15 laps. 15 laps to go on the stage, so I'd be expecting that some of the drivers who are really desperate for points might. Alright, you got 4 drivers who stay out. Blaney on 2 tires, Elliott on 2 tires, Larson on 4, Suarez, Wallace, and Hocevar on 4, or 2 each. Reddick on 4, running at the top 10 coming off pit road. So, a pretty good mix here, as I expected, since they're only going to have to go about 10 laps when they come back from green. Oh man, Zillich's car is destroyed. Just looking at the damage, because it didn't look like that big of a hit. When we went to commercial break earlier, and it really did not look like that big of a damage, but the entire front wheel is pointed the wrong direction. Alright, well, we are just chilling out here. We got 10 people popping on in here. Welcome on in. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Yeah, we're only going to have about 10, 11 laps to go when we go back green. Allmendinger, Herbst, Custer, and Allmendinger, Riley, Herbst, and Custer are the only 3 that stayed out. I believe Cody Ware may have also stayed out prior to this. Looks like Cole Custer's coming down pit road now. So only 2 drivers are committing to this all-out strategy of no tires. They're going to try and just hang on for the stage end. Again, with how long the stages are here, you can afford to have spent a set, probably even 2 sets in the first stage, because again, the second and third stages, they're long, but they're pretty much equidistant. It's not like you have 2 shorter stages at the front, and they have to go almost the same distance as stages 1 and 2 combined to the checkers. Alright, so there we go. They've got an ad, one last ad here, it looks like, before they go back to racing. Let's go ahead and skip around to ads for you guys. And we will be ready to go racing. Alright, here we go. Green flag's out. We are racing here at Nashville. Bunch of drivers on 2 tires, a couple of drivers on 0, and a whole lot of drivers on 4 tires trying to make it work here. Chase Elliott looking to the bottom on 2 tires. 3 wide, looking for the lead. It's Allmendinger. It's Herbst. It's Elliott on the bottom. he gets around 3 and 4, still side by side with Riley Herbst to the line. It's Chase Elliott, 10 laps to go. Oh, sorry. Not Chase Elliott. That was Blaney. Sorry. Got the blue and yellow. Got the blue car with the yellow number mixed up. My bad. That was Blaney making an insane move. Chase Elliott is there in 4th place. I knew he was in the mix somewhere. But yeah, got that one mixed up a little bit. My bad. Blaney making a big move for it. Now it's Allmendinger versus Blaney here, coming off turn 4 looking for this one. But it looks like Blaney's going to have it by a short distance. No, it was actually Allmendinger that time by a nose out in front of this one. And we are dueling it out here. Caution flies! Multiple cars around! McDowell and Chastain in it too! Oh, McDowell and Chastain both in it here. Hopefully no major damage here for Chastain. Looks like a flat tire. He is going to be coming to pit road in a hurry, but 9 laps to go. I'm not sure we get this thing back racing before the stage ends. 8 to go now. Normally, I would say no question. We absolutely are going to get this thing back green flag racing, but and then say we are just so far away from the. As they we're kind of in that weird zone where we're close to the end of the stage, but we should be far enough away that we should get it done. And looks like Chastain missed his pit box or something. He's backing up now on pit road. So Chastain had a flat tire, and then something happened with McDowell. What happened to McDowell? Was it McDowell's fault or somebody else? Let's see. Oh, yeah, McDowell just got loose there in the middle of 3 wide and just spun out on his own. But yeah, that's 2 significant flat tires for the two trackhouse cars. And now we've got SVG hiding somewhere, probably looking at this and being like, I don't want to be the next one. Alright, so there we go. They've brought that thing to pit road. I don't have a clue what they would be looking for to see if it's recoverable, because that car is really in bad shape. But is AJ running strong for right now? He stayed out at the last caution flag. He was able to hold off Blaney for a decent chunk, so hard telling, but I would say probably not going to stay there, if that's your question. But who knows? Maybe he finds some speed and ends up sticking put. But yeah, so here we go. It's going to be at least 5 laps to go when they take the one to green. Alright, so there we go. Chastain is out of his car and will be going to the infield care center to be looked at. And that now makes SVG the lone survivor of the of the Trackhouse camp. Plus, in good news, he is going to be in good news, he will be the top Trackhouse driver by default. Alright, so we got 11 people hanging out in chat here. Welcome on in. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Alright, there we go. Alright, they're showing, not sure what they're showing us this for. But yeah, we are just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Alright, so the team is still working on the number one car, so they may get him back out there. I may have called him out of the race too soon. I believe he is going to go and get evaluated at the care center, though, before anything else. I'm used to that being a guarantee that he's out the race for the rest of it, but given the amount they're still working on that car kind of aggressively, it's hard telling, not knowing. Yeah, we are chilling. All right, here we go. Hocevar coming down pit road with 3 laps to go. I say, not sure what happened there. And say, it looks like something might be going on, but Alright, so there we go. Looks like they are working on Ryan Priest's car as well. Not sure. So he must have been worried that he got a piece of debris from that last incident with Chastain too. But honestly, all things considered, he's driving away. We got 3 laps to go. It'll be 2 laps to go at the line. Which means we may be getting a 1-lap dash here for the stage. Okay, yep, we are going to get a 1-lap dash for the stage end here. Here we go. 1-lap dash for the stage. Alright, here we go. AJ Allmendinger and Ryan Blaney on the front row for this 1-lap shootout for the stage. You got Riley Herbst in row 2, Larson in row 2, Bubba and Elliott in row 3. It's going to be hard to win the stage from further back than row 3, especially given what we've seen tonight with the value of clean air and just purely from a time aspect of just how quick you're going to have to be here. Everybody, SVG is going to have to be worried. His 2 teammates both out with some sort of tire issue, it appears, but again, it'll be a 1-lap dash here to the stage end. All right, pace car is off. Filled in the hands of Ryan Blaney and AJ Allmendinger as they come down to take the green flag. Green flag is out. A 1-lap dash here for stage number 1. Blaney leads down into turn 1. AJ Allmendinger on the outside, followed by Larson into turn number 1. Larson looking to the outside, not going to find any clean air up there as AJ Allmendinger does a great job of following the same line. AJ Allmendinger to the lead. Here comes Kyle Larson around the outside of AJ Allmendinger. Allmendinger going to fight hard back to the inside. And it's going to be AJ Allmendinger, stage 1 winner. Let's go! AJ Allmendinger wins stage number 1. Let's go! Kyle Larson second, Blaney third, Elliott fourth, Reddick rounds out your top 5. Wallace, Byron, Briscoe, Herbst, and Corey Heim, the other drivers inside the top 10. Whew, that was exciting. That was good. Whew. I also went and clipped it so that hopefully we can turn that into a clip for the shorts side of things, because I do want to try and bring you guys more than just the live streaming content. It's just that streaming content's a lot easier. I can just turn on the camera, say what I want to say, and then peace out. But man, AJ Allmendinger with an incredible run there. And all 4, I didn't even realize this, all 4 2311 cars cut into the top 10 for that stage. But yeah, we are just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. But yeah, that was exciting. Hey Rudolph, how's it going? As they were popping on in here again, we are currently at the stage break between stages 1 and 2. AJ Allmendinger just won stage number 1 over Kyle Larson in a really close finish. Then we got Blaney, Elliott, and all four 2311 drivers featured inside the top 10 as well, which is incredible. So yeah, there we go. Alright, here we go. Pit stops are up. Here comes A. Allmendinger and others to pit road. Blaney pitting way at the end, it seems, because Allmendinger already got his 10-second pit stop done before that one even started. And there we go. Nice quick stop there for Elliott, or at least it looked quick, but they cut away from the times. Elliott is going to come out behind A. Allmendinger. Allmendinger going to be able to get this pit stop done. Oh, so yeah, there we go. We're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Alright, there we go. Alright, so here we go. We're back. Getting this one grouped back up. We got Larson, Blaney, Reddick, Bubba Wallace, and Byron, your top 5. SVG back up into the top 5 here. Again, I think a lot of us are starting to get worried about that car after the issue with the tires here. Ooh, at 9 a.m. tomorrow we get the 30th anniversary set not release, but reveal. I've heard it's going to be called Celebrations again, which is a little weird because having 2 sets, only 5 years apart with the same name is kind of weird. Alright, there we go. Yeah, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Alright, here we go. Lights are off in the pace car. We should be going back racing this time by. Let's go ahead and skip the round of ads. I'm just trying to feed you guys. And yeah, we'll go ahead and get this one back to racing here shortly. Alright, here we go. Green flag is out, and Kyle Larson is down and away with the lead. Meanwhile, there is a 3-wide battle for a second. Meanwhile, Reddick was out of that battle, and looks like, was that Briscoe that took off and took the position? Because, yeah, there we go. Yeah, Chase Briscoe jumps up a couple spots, up to second place here. Meanwhile, Reddick drops back. Blaney drops back as well as they cross start finish line. Yeah, that was Briscoe that jumped up a few spots there. Alright, so there we go. We got that all nicely picked up. Alright, here we go. Let's see. What do we got? We got the 67 car here of Corey Heim making their way through this one. Trying to pass one of the cheapest looking liveries on there with the Hardee's car of Bubba Wallace. I guarantee they had to have fired graphic designer midway through and just had to slap together whatever the graphic designer had put together. Because, yeah, that car is bare. But, yeah, there we go. There Here we go. And Denny Hamlin trying to pass Shane Van Gisbergen here for 9th, it looks like, which Denny Hamlin back up into the top 10 after a really rough first stage due to him jumping the start of the race, which is absurd to have done. Jumped the start. I haven't seen someone do that in a hot minute. But he is back up into the 9th position here as he's cleared SVG and setting his sights higher. Although SVG hanging out inside the top 5, top 10 here. So there we go. SVG did not earn stage points in stage 1. But, yeah, a lot of the other drivers that did, though, were a little surprising. And, again, I think it was pretty surprising that Hamlin didn't end up there. But, speaking of Hamlin not ending up there, I got to go put Chastain in my garage because there's almost no way yet he's going to finish worse than anybody else, or better than anybody else in my lineup. Alright, there we go. Man, it is a late night already. 10 o'clock here. Oh, it's more so late night because of just how early my mornings have been starting. I'm hoping I'll adjust to this new schedule at some point, but way too early in the rotation to have adapted to it already. Alright, here we go. 100 laps down, 200 to go. Oh, we are working our way through this one. It has been a long day, though. But yeah, I do not spend a lot of time down here unless I'm trying to work on a video, which is not exactly the most conducive to taking some time to actually tidy the place up. So I'm trying to do that at the same time here, guys. Organize some cards here on my desk. But yeah, man, this race has not been the most. It's had some engaging moments, but literally once we get strung out, it really slows down. There, commercial break here. Larson out in front. Again, it's just a very long, drawn-out race here so far. Alright, there we go. 71 to go on the stage. We're working our way through this one. And I apologize if I'm not the most attentive. One, I'm tired. Two, I'm trying to get caught up on some tidying here because I've got a long week ahead of me. Hoping to have at least one more stream this week, although that one will likely be over on my other channel where I do trading card and video game content. If anyone wants to check that out, feel free. Link should be somewhere around the channel. Alright, back from commercial break. Hamlin all over the back bumper of Bell here for the 7th position. Making our way through this one pretty effectively. All things considered. There we go. Wait, moved up to 5th. That's not terrible. But yeah, 5th place right now is Eric Jones. Eric Jones doing pretty good here. Oh, man. Alright, and say Kyle Larson burning a lot more fuel than Bubba Wallace is. Bubba Wallace currently running. Where is Bubba running? There he is, 9th. I was gonna say they're bothering to show his fuel mileage. If he was all the way at the back, that wouldn't make a lot of sense. There we go. Yeah, they're working their way through this one. It's been a long night already. That's pretty cool. We got the view count on the stream so far is 1, 2, 3, 4. If we could put a 5 on the end of that, that would be really incredible. Alright, there we go. Again, here we go. We got Briscoe getting to the back bumper here of Kyle Larson here. Larson over a year-long winless streak at this point. First week of May last year was the last time Kyle Larson ended up winning. So Kyle Larson on a long winless streak at this point, looking to end it here. And this would be quite a place to end it if there was ever a place to end it. It would be here at Nashville. But again, the Toyotas have looked very strong tonight. You got Briscoe, you got Reddick, you got Hamlin with his insane jump start. But even when you only look at the Toyotas that have looked fast legally, I mean, I believe you know, Christopher Bell may still have the fastest lap of the day. Larson did get a lot closer to Bell's best lap at some point, but has not gotten there yet. Yeah, Briscoe does lead just barely at the line, but only by 6/1000ths of a second. Yeah, for Briscoe to lead his first lap of the day. Man, it has been just such a long night. I genuinely don't know if I'm gonna say I want to do the whole race, and if we keep up a good pace, I should be able to do it. But man, it is already getting late. I'm gonna be up early tomorrow, getting everything ready for the stream. Alright, so Chastain and Zilich both officially out of the race while Ryan Preece is just off track. So Ryan Preece back in the garage area getting something worked on. Man, it has been a long day. So again, you got Briscoe ahead of Larson, Reddick getting closer to Larson's bumper. And yeah, it seems like Larson really is having a hard time keeping up with the Toyota cars because again, Briscoe passes him and then gets out to a 1.5 second lead. Yeah, say Reddick earlier had like a 3 second lead on Larson, and it was not getting smaller no matter how fast Larson was running. Oh, man. My head is definitely starting to ache just a little bit. Let's see. Alright. Come on, come on, come on. Alright, they're showing some of the recap from stuff that happened other times in the race. First start/restart violation of Denny Hamlin's career. Wow. Goes to show how rare that penalty is. I'm kind of curious when the last time somebody was called for it was, because I remember Kyle Busch getting one, or Kyle Busch or Kyle Busch or MTJ, one of the two of them, getting a penalty for that. Yeah, it was MTJ that got a penalty, and Kyle Busch followed him down there, and he ended up asking the crew why the 18 wasn't punished while he was for the same violation. Ended up being because Kyle Busch just followed him to where he was. Meanwhile, he ultimately was the one that was actually violating the rule. Okay, Reddick on pit road here. First set of green flag stops of the day. There we go. That's exciting. Alright, now we got Larson, Jones, Bubba Wallace, Byron. Man. Byron, Logano, Cindric, Gregson, Briscoe, all on pit road here. Larson with an 8.6. Jones with a 9.4. Byron with a 9 flat. Everybody coming in for their service. Hamlin in. Van Gisbergen in. Busch or Heim both having somewhat slow stops. There we go, a 9.5 for Hamlin. Oh, man. There we go. Bell with a 9.3 second stop. Ty Gibbs, Zane Smith still on pit road. Cycling through all these pit stops here. Blaney, Hocevar still out in front of the field as they have not come to pit road yet for this cycle. Here comes Riley Herbst coming down pit road. Got a few guys out there that are purely hoping for a caution flag to save them. Man. Oh, we got Austin Dillon going around. Austin Dillon goes around, and we got ourselves a caution flag out here, and this one may have just messed up everything. Blaney, Elliott, McDowell, Altmandinger, Suarez, Gilliland, Austin Hill, and Custer all have stayed out up to this point. And we just, this one may have changed everything here. As Austin Dillon just cutting in front of people and, ooh, gets spun off the nose of Buescher there. But yeah, I don't know what happened there to Austin Dillon, but man, he just got really loose. Oh man, again, man, that. Alright, so they go to commercial, or not commercial break, sorry, they're coming back here, and yeah, this one. Oh man, I am really starting to feel this one here. And here we go, pit road is open, and. Oh man. So yeah, this spin by Austin Dillon ends up allowing Alright, they're going to commercial break. We're gonna go ahead and I'm gonna just go see what as I stand up, get a little bit of a stretch going because we got ourselves 38 to go in stage number 2. We'll be right back. Alright, and here we go. Green flag's out. We are back to racing. Perfect timing. Got myself some milk. Maybe that'll help me a little bit, stay a bit more awake than the water was. And here we go. Elliott, Blaney out in front of the field. Allmendinger, McDowell, Suarez, the others inside the top 5. What is this running order? So there we go. But yeah, we got ourselves a long ways to go here. 33 laps to go in stage number 2. And then we got a whole third stage to go. Oh, I guess we have 3 stages tonight. Oh, man. It's not that we don't have those every week. Todd Gilliland up in the top 10 as well is pretty interesting after the caution flag. That caution flag is going to mess up quite a bit, isn't it? Alright, so there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Man. 30 laps to go here. Daniel Suarez is up inside the top 5, but I was actually looking at Denny Hamlin making his way through the middle of the field and really kind of starting to churn out these laps here. Here we go. Corey Heim making some moves here. That is really a big Toyota cluster there. I mean, you've got Bell, Hamlin, Jones, Heim. A couple others there as they rotate my leaderboard on me. I'm saying only a couple spots ahead of them is Briscoe. I want to see McDowell be able to actually hang on to this 5th place finish, but because I know the odds of him hanging on to that to the end of the stage is slim. Alright, so again, Blaney Elliott at the front of the field looks normal. Then you look at Allmendinger, Suarez, and McDowell, and that does not look normal. Alright, let's try and come alive here in the second half here. We are over halfway, so even if there was a pop-up rain shower, we would be done. However far we get tonight will be the final distance. Spire's won 2 of the last 4 points races in Cup. That is insane. And again, Spire Motorsports could get a third win with a third different driver if McDowell can find a win somewhere. Yeah, here comes McDowell up, passing Suarez for 4th. Now he's got his eyes set on Allmendinger for 3rd. Come on, McDowell. Alright, so we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Alright, 20 to go. 20 laps to go here. We are working our way through this one. It has been a long night already. So there's still a commercial break here. Bell has caught the back bumper of Briscoe, and that is just by moving forward, not by Briscoe sliding backwards. So that's good. Bell is starting to look like he's coming alive here. Please tell me I left Bell in my lineup. Okay, I left Bell in. I took Hamlin. I've got Gibbs, Blaney, and Keselowski. Keselowski's kind of an unfortunate pick right now, but all the rest are doing really good. And it's not like Brad K's been a bad choice. He just doesn't have a lot of track position at the moment and didn't earn stage points in Stage 1. Blaney is currently leading and got stage points in Stage 1. And somehow I'm still only... Alright, so Bell is still holding on to that fastest lap award. So your 5 winners at Nashville... say Blaney, Larson, Logano, 3 of them still can win this one. Elliott definitely still can as well. So 4 of your 5. So the only driver who's won at Nashville who isn't in the race still is Ross Chastain, who won the 2023 running. Although 2024 for Logano was a lot of... was like the 5 overtime finish. So depending on how legitimate you want to count that one. Alright, Here we go. We're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. 14 laps to go in the stage. 14 to go. We are churning our way through this one. Man. We'll see what the leaderboard looks like after stage 2. If it's still interesting, I might continue. I might end up having to call this one, though, because it is getting late. We've been live for 3.5 hours already. I really only intended to be live for about and that was after a delay. Oh, we got a caution. Oh, it's AJ Allmendinger. No, AJ. AJ Allmendinger having a great run, and he now has a very similar looking incident to the Trackhouse Chevys. So the Trackhouse Chevys have an issue. Now you've got AJ Allmendinger and the colleague guys having an issue. Caution flag is out. 12 laps to go. We may get another short run to the checkers of a stage. Alright, so there we go, and they are getting AJ Allmendinger out of there. Nice to see him climb out under his own power. We always like to celebrate drivers getting out. All good, AJ. Man, I hate to see AJ in a wreck like that, but comes with the territory. You race, you're going to end up in a wreck every once in a while, and sometimes it might actually be your fault. And a lot of the time, it is not. So they're showing the replay of this one, and again, just yeah. So it's a brake rotor failure for him. I'm wondering if that's the same thing that happened to the Trackhouse guys. If so, that explains why they're out of the race and not repairing it. Alright, so currently under caution flag here. SVG has been hanging around pretty good the last little bit here. So they're towing the number 16 car away. Hopefully we'll be able to get back racing here sometime. Alright, so there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Alright, here we go. 8 laps to go here. Still under the caution flag. Still waiting to see if anybody is going to be coming to pit road. Of course, any drivers who really think they need the points, who want to try and take the points, are going to try whatever they can to stay out. I'm not sure what the right call is here. Where everybody was on pit road somewhat recently, I feel like the right call should be to just stay out on the tire. Basically, just accept that you've made your bed and now you got to lie in it. But no, here we go. Pit road's open and lots of people coming down pit road. McDowell, Reddick, Elliott, and more. All right, well, I stand completely corrected on that one. Alright, so here we go. A few people stay out. McDowell wins the race off pit road with 2 tires. There we go. Alright, so there we go. Caution flag has been out. We're going to have to wait and see till they cross the start finish line again to know exactly where everybody is. So I saw about a half dozen cars stay out, so we're going to see a fairly big shakeup here on the leaderboard. Alright, so yeah, this race has been it's been a solid race. It's had some lulls, it's had some high moments. And we still got a little ways to go, so it ain't over yet. Not by a long shot here. So they got Almenier's car back in the garage. Gonna see what happened to try and analyze it. See if they can try and help some of the other Chevy teams maybe avoid a similar incident. There's no way that car is coming back out tonight, though. Alright, here we go. Doubled up, ready to go back racing. 4 laps to go in stage number 2. Or, sorry, will be 4 to go when they take the green flag. Technically, it's 5 to go right now. As we are lining up here. And it will be a green flag is out. And we are racing here. Suarez, Bowman, Stenhouse, Cindric, Keselowski. A lot of these guys at the front opted, about 6 cars opted not to pit. Briscoe in 7th and McDowell in 8th. The first 2 drivers on fresh tires here. We're going to have to see how they perform down the stretch here, but that is a rough way to start it. And, SVG slipping already in the kind of middle of 3 wide there. Looks like he held on to it pretty well, though. Again, McDowell getting swallowed alive by some of these faster cars. And we got the 34, the 41, and the 67 all involved. That's Custer, Heim, and caution flag is going to end the stage. Gilliland, Heim, and Custer all involved in that one. So this caution is almost certainly going to end the stage. Not really sure as to what actually caused the crash. Alright, let's see. Slowing this one down. So SVG jumps to the bottom and the 34 tried to shut the door on him. That's not what wrecked him though. Alright, so there we go. They're talking with AJ Allmendinger. Following his crash, good to see him checked and released from the infield care center. Alright, so there we go. Yep, stage is over. Daniel Suarez gets the stage win. And there we go. Alex Bowman second, Stenhouse third, Cindric, Hamlin the top five, Mike McDowell earning sixth place stage points, Byron, Bell, Briscoe, and Brad Keselowski earning some. There we go. Nice to see some points being gained there for one of my guys, at least, after how bad the day has gone for some of them. Ooh, there we go. Got that. All sorted. Again, just getting some some housekeeping done around here while we're currently in the middle of this one because it has been a long night. Nearly at the 4-hour mark already. We still have a third of a race to go. Alright, there we go. Got that all set up. We are good to go. We are coming back from commercial break here. So here we go. Coming down pit road. Bunch of the cars who stayed out and a couple of cars who either took 2 tires or are just looking for some fresh tires here. So we got Stenhouse, Bowman, Suarez, and Cindric. Am I still watching? Yes, I am still watching. Just because this race has been going on for 4 hours does not mean I've stopped watching. Silly. Yeah, we've been at this for a long while now. There we go. We'll be getting ready for this one when we get back to racing here. Alright, so it took some time, but Denny Hamlin has cycled his way back to the lead. Christopher Bell, Briscoe, Reddick all up in the top group here. But yeah, here we go again. We're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. But yeah, all the Chevys having brake issues is definitely a little odd. So yeah, there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody is having a good time. It has been a long race so far, and we got a long ways to go. So going inside, outside, inside, outside, inside, outside. Alright, there we go.
Didn't Mendoza swim?
There we go. Alright, so pace car is off. Field in the hands of... Wait, is that really... Did McDowell really stay out? Denny Hamlin and Michael McDowell. Oh wait, McDowell pit at the same time as everybody else. Okay, so I guess McDowell was on... I'm confused. Man. Alright, so McDowell and Denny Hamlin up at the front of the field here. Denny Hamlin does clear McDowell for the lead here. There we go. Say, Hosevar. Whoa! The 4-car of, Oh, there's a spin! Yep, there was a spin waiting to happen. It's just a matter of trying to decide who it was going to be, and it ends up being Brad Keselowski. Ends up being the car that spun. There were about 4 different cars that were trying to spin. They just had to figure out who it was going to actually end up being that time. Man, it has been a long night, and we got over 100 to go still. So yeah, so the off the nose of Stenhouse, the 4-car got really loose, and then the 3 just got into the back of the 6-car and looped the 6-car around. And if there's somehow not a wheel broken on that 6-car, the hit may have been gentle enough that he could repair it. But again, that's all coming down to whether or not the wall contact broke the transaxle or the either the transaxle or the whatever the thing is that the wheel base or whatever. Because if the wheelbase is broken, you can't really repair that within the race. So we'll have to wait and see. But they are going to probably send us to a commercial break after showing us these wrecks. Although we've had quite a few wrecks and commercial breaks here in a while, so maybe we won't get one, but Man. This could do with the seat being a little bit more comfortable. Alright, let's see. What do we got? What do we got? Alright, you know what, guys? Alright, we're gonna try and make it to 11:30, and we'll see how we're feeling at that time. But I do have some stuff I need to do in the morning tomorrow, so I can't be up all night, unfortunately. There we go. 105 laps to go. There goes Brad Keselowski getting out of the car. He knows it's done. And yep, now the safety team taking a look at the car, making sure that everything gets done properly. At least Keselowski got me a point before he crashed. I got everything else going for me, but just not the one. I don't have the Logano versus Elliott pick correct. And then Brad Keselowski in 32nd right now with 1 point for one stage point. And then so right now I've got Hamlin, Bell, Gibbs, Blaney all earning me some points. But unfortunately, that is not going to do me a whole lot of favors. Not to mention I've got 2 wrong on the bottom. Suarez has dropped below Zane Smith for now. SVG is still ahead of Stenhouse. And then I still have the Elliott and Logano one wrong, and the I've got Blaney over Gibbs, so I got the good one there. Alright, there we go. Ooh. Alright. Skip that. Ooh, there we go. Alright. So let's see again. So McDowell pitted the same lap that Hamlin did for 2 tires. All of them for 2 tires. Then we got Elliott and Reddick who are on 4 tires from that same lap a while back. But here we go. Let's see again. This has been a long race. Man. Alright, let's see. Odds to win. Bell is actually the favorite to win right now over Denny Hamlin, Elliott, Reddick, and then Larson. Alright, here we go. Alright, here we go. Looks like pit road is open and no takers start. Oh, first taker is going to be the 4 car of Noah Gragson, the 3 car of Dylan, and the 34 car, it looks like. And they're going to pit road, or they're going to commercial break. I'm going to run and use the bathroom real quick and we'll be right back. Alright, here we go. Green, 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 green flags. Help. We are back to racing, and we have got Hamlin, Briscoe, McDowell out front. Bell up in the top 5 as well. Yeah, that Toyota takeover is happening. Alright, let's see. Again, we got Bell still holding that fastest lap of the day. And again, the Toyota takeover at the front is absolutely just insane. Again, Hamlin, Briscoe, Bell, and you've got Reddick not that far behind. Oh, we got a couple cars up into the fence. And speaking of the Toyota takeover, there goes the 23 car. The 24 of Byron also involved, and he tags the 48 of Bowman. Oof. That's rough. Oh, there we go. But yeah, that was a major hit there for those guys. Alright, so there we go. We've got Brad Keselowski talking to the media. Again, we're still under caution flag, waiting for this one. But yeah, this has been a long night so far. And yeah, at this rate, we will probably be ending the stream at 11:30, just because I will have to. I do have stuff I need to do in the morning, and I am already tired from a long week, so. I apologize if you guys are a little disappointed that I probably won't be going the full distance, but then again, neither is NASCAR the last week or so. Alright, there we go. All set up. We're going to a commercial break. But yeah, Toyota takeover at the front of the field. 4 of the top 5 are Toyotas. You got Eric Jones also in the mix. John Hunter Nemechek is in 11th. Wow. Here we go. It has been such a long day. We've been live for nearly 5 hours. Alright, here we go. We're back from commercial break. Pit road is open, and there's no takers. We just had a caution like 10 seconds ago. Alright, so we're just sorting these out. We're getting ready to, hopefully, to go back green here shortly, but again, we are losing steam quick on this stream because I am just so exhausted. I very well, but yeah, as I said, I very well may shut the stream off. We'll see how good this next restart is. If the next restart keeps me entertained and can help me bring some energy into this, I will keep going, but I do have a lot I need to get done tomorrow. I also got other stuff I need to get done because there's a lot to do. Alright, there we go. Got that all sorted. Alright, we're back from, as I said, they're back from commercial break. We're chilling here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Alright, here we go. Doubled up, ready to go back green. Green, 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 green flags out. We are back to racing. Come on. Let's see this Toyota Brigade take over. Oh, Hamlin gets loose. Manages to hang on to it, but Hamlin got really loose there. And Mike McDowell going to try and hang on for dear life here as the rest of the Chevys and everybody else tries to take over. Here comes Reddick trying to hang on to that Toyota group here. Reddick all the way at the bottom of 3 wide. He's got 2 Hendrick Chevys on his outside. And say that 3 wide is definitely a little nerve-wracking here. A lot of guys shifting down through the gears, and looks like McDowell might stabilize in 4th here. Meanwhile, Tyler Reddick going to clear Chase Elliott, not quite clearing Kyle Larson. Elliott, though, after getting a sniff of that draft, got to the bottom, and now Reddick's in the middle of a Hendrick sandwich. He knew to get out of that one. And now it looks like Elliott's going to be the one to try and chase down Michael McDowell to try and pass the... Oh, we got a spin and crash. That's the 42 of Nemechek, the 34 of Gilliland, and not sure who else. So, Gilliland and Nemechek, the 2 guys who have fathers who were pretty decent in this league as well, but just never kind of the main character of it. Because like Todd Gilliland, you had David Gilliland, and Joe Nemechek was flashy, but they never really amounted to a whole lot of actual numbers by the end of it. So, pretty fitting that those 2 crashed together. Man. But yeah, just another... Oh, and this one, again... Carson Hocevar just getting into the back of him there, and let's see, where is everybody cycled out to here? Alright, so there we go again. We're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Man. So yeah, that wreck definitely something. Man, yep, this one is turning into a mess. I'll give it one more shot to go green for more than like 2 seconds, but at this point it is. Alright, so there we go. They're talking about Bubba Wallace, who crashed out about 20 laps, well, about 15 laps ago, but it was like an hour ago, it feels like. Alright, so here we go. Pit road is open and a couple takers. Looks like Blaney along with a couple of other guys not having the greatest of days. Oh, man. Alright, here we go. Alright, it's 11:30. Again, I'm going to give them one more attempt to try and get this thing going before I call it a night, because it is really late. Do, 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 do. Oh, man. Alright, here we go. Pace car is off. Field in the hands of Denny Hamlin and Briscoe. Let's see how long it takes before they crash. Green flag's out. We are back to racing. Denny Hamlin didn't jump it this time. And here we go. Denny Hamlin pulling out into the lead here. 2 Toyotas behind him. McDowell up the track. That's not going to help anybody behind him here because McDowell has definitely been the weak link of this top 4. Although I will say, after a lap or so, he ends up finding enough speed to actually contend if he can just avoid the bleeding for like that first lap or 2 here. Problem is, for the last few runs, we've only barely gotten through the first lap or 2. So there we go. Everybody's getting settled in. 3 Toyotas in the top 3. Reddick is settling in 6th, it looks like, as he is going to try and run down this Hendrick duo. Meanwhile, he's also got McDowell trying to loosely challenge for that 6th position. But the 2 Toyotas battling it out for 2nd there. You got Briscoe versus Bell is a pretty good battle. Let's say you got Christopher Bell down the inside. Briscoe trying to roll that top. And so far at Nashville, it looks like the top side is winning. Although down the back straightaway, here comes Christopher Bell looking to try and get clear. Not even close to clear on his teammate there. Going to try and side draft him off the corner, but there is not a lot that they can do here. Man, let's see. What do we got here? So yeah, so far in the 5 races since NASCAR returned to Nashville, we've had 3 Chevys and 2 Fords, despite the fact that Toyota's led almost more than double the laps of either of them. And Toyota has yet to win a race here at Nashville. Looks like this week, though, could be the difference maker here. Denny Hamlin, again, was my pre-race pick to win this one. And so far, it's looking like it might be an effective choice. Alright, well, at least we got a few laps in here before we got the caution flag right back out. Alright, well, there we go. Ooh, yeah, Hocevar way up the track there. That's not good. And everything looks like it's okay though at the front, and no caution flag has been issued, so must be just a light graze of the fence for the 77. Here comes 66 down pit road. At least it looks like he's gonna get to pit road, which was would be normally the problem there. Alright, so, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Again, Hamlin, Briscoe, Bell at the front of the field. Larson and Elliott's kind of broken away a little bit from Larson here. Elliott's actually gotten to the back bumper of the 20 almost, to try and start putting some pressure on him. But here we go. Let's see. McDowell has settled in the 7th position, SVG in 8th, and looks like Gibbs is in Gibbs in 9th and Jones in 10th. So we have 6 Toyotas in the top 10. Not bad. Man, this has been a long one. We still have 70 to go. Yikes. Alright, Zane Smith doing well. Alright, well, they did at least get spread out, and maybe we can start just logging these last 70 laps fairly quick, but... yeah, it is definitely slowed down. Oh, Hamlin took the fastest lap award. There we go. Picked it up by 0.8 of a second over Christopher Bell's previous best pace. Man, again, this has just been awful. But yeah, again, Hamlin, Briscoe, and Bell out in front of this one. Alright, where I am going to call it early, I will try and make it a point to, yeah, I'm trying to think of my schedule tomorrow. Alright, I'm thinking Tuesday early afternoon-ish, I will try and get a kind of live stream or video reacting to the finish here once I've gotten a chance to see it, but I am almost certainly going to be falling asleep here. But man, it has just been such a long race. We'll make it to 5 hours on the stream, and then I will call it, or at least we'll see where we're at that point. Again, nursing this one along. I'm trying, guys. I promise. I don't like to quit. I'm not the kind of guy that likes to quit, so I am trying. But there we go. There we go. Alright, here we go. We got, as I say, we do have a pretty decent battle. The problem is, I feel like everybody knows that the three Toyota Amigos at the front of the field are all going to play nice with each other to the end of this segment at least. Alright, Chase Elliott's closing in on the lead group. Let's go ahead and lock in here. But, yeah. Alright, here we go. Oh, here we go. There's a Toyota making a move. It's like Briscoe starting to make a move on Hamlin. Can't get it done. And here comes Bell to the outside of Briscoe. We're starting to see some moves being made. Because, yeah, that's the problem with all the Toyotas at the front is that they were going to wait because it gives them all the best chance if they just wait and all work together here, at least until the final pit stop is made. Luckily, doesn't seem like everybody's on board with that plan, so... Here we go. Alright, so Bell takes the lead from Hamlin. There we go. Nice big move. A big power move there to take the lead. Ooh, man. Go again. Everybody's just kind of counting down until the stage end, or not until the stage end, but till the pit stop cycle. Oh man, ooh, we are working our way through this one. Let's see. Alright, 50 laps to go. Come on, we gotta have something. Here comes Reddick making a charge here. And say Zane Smith trying to save some fuel. He's saving a whole extra mile per gallon compared to Christopher Bell, according to Prime Video's burn bar. So, there we go. keeping an eye on how much fuel everybody's burning. And again, that is an extreme fuel save for Zane Smith. And he does manage to save a mile a gallon per, all the way to the pit stop. He may be able to try and pull something here. He actually pitted more recently too. Ooh, is there any world where he could potentially make it to the end of the race from there? That would actually be really interesting. 1 second, we may have something that gets me locked back in for the remainder of this one. Because most of this race has been kind of tiring, and I've been tired. But we may have found just something for me to latch on to. Because I'm gonna say Zane Smith in the 11th place may just be able to make it all the way around. If he's able to make it without coming to pit road again, 1, impressive, because that would be a long run to do it. And 2, even if he just gets to pit late, could catch a yellow, could be lucky. But we'll have to wait and see if that happens before we can crown him for a well-played run. All right, there we go. So far, a lot of the burn bar scores are in the 4.9 to 5 range. Throughout the top 10. In fact, everybody's got somewhere between a 4.6 and a 5.0 for the top 10. So everybody trying to save some fuel here. Hamlin and Briscoe. Again, everybody just kind of chilling out for a moment here while they... Man. This is a long one. And we're locked in here, but again, this if that burn bar is right about the same as everybody else's, Zane Smith is going to be in plenty of trouble trying to make this one happen. Alright, let's skip around to ads. Alright, here we go. Hamlin coming to pit road. There we go. Only got 40 laps to go. Come on. Hamlin, Byron, both on pit road here. Again, that's going to start dragging everybody else to pit road here shortly. so there we go. Briscoe on pit road. Everybody's cycling through them. Say Bell has stayed out, so I'm curious if maybe they'll leave Bell out there to try and stagger the pit strategy. That way, if they get caught out again, it's not day over. Alright, there's Bell hitting pit road, so they're not trying too hard to protect themselves from a potential incident there, but so here we go. Reddick now out in front of the field, Gibbs behind him, so we're keeping this somewhat close here. Alright, and here comes Bell merging back up on track just ahead of Reddick, just barely on the lead lap, which gets him ahead of Briscoe, who pit before him, and Denny Hamlin, who pit before him. So you end up being able to leapfrog quite a few people there in the pits. Alright, well, again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. We've cycled through most of the pit stops by now. So we got 11 drivers who have yet to pit. Alright, man. Alright, so there comes Reddick to pit road. We're working our way through all the pit stops here, but it has been such a long night already. So Reddick comes to pit road. We're working our way through this one. Okay, so it is past midnight already. I am definitely nearing my limit. Alright, so Ty Gibbs comes down, makes his pit stop, leaving Eric Jones, Zane Smith, Blaney, Herbst, Gregson, Busher, and Suarez, some of the only guys who have yet to come to pit road. So, some of those guys are absolutely Hail Marying that there's going to be a caution flag at some point, which that is a bold strategy there. So there we go. Alright. Again, Zane Smith putting an absolutely massive number up on the burn bar at this point, trying to save fuel. Meanwhile, Eric Jones hits pit road here, and yeah, we have got ourselves an interesting one here. Again, Zane Smith back on the throttle, gonna be affecting that burn score. And so Zane Smith down through Suarez, so only 5 drivers at this point have not come to pit road. Yeah, to try and get themselves some fuel and tires here. Again, Zane Smith doing everything he can to try and save all the fuel he can here. 30 laps to go. It's going to be a long way to go. If he can make it on fuel from here, that would be insane. Because that would mean that he made it 85 laps on a tank of fuel, which would be next level. Fuel saving. Blaney, Herbst, Buescher, and Suarez. They've all pitted at that lap or earlier. Actually, Riley Herbst pit 2 laps later. So Riley Herbst, if he's been saving as aggressively as Zane, he might be good by 2 laps over Zane if Zane runs out. But again, I don't think we're getting that close. 28 to go. Long way to go here. Oh, man. It's a little chilly in here. Hmm. 27 to go here. Alright, so here we go. Oh, they got... So 12 Blaney flinched. He came to pit road along with Chris Buescher. So now it's Zane Smith, Herbst, and Suarez. The only 3 drivers yet have not come to pit road. Once those 3 come to pit road, we will know that we can focus in on the battle for the lead. Because everybody else has pit recently enough that they can make it to the end. Alright, so again, Bell and the others are all trying to put down just the fastest laps imaginable to try and keep that pressure on. So Blaney unlaps himself, McDowell unlaps himself, Jones working his way through there as well. 24 to go. It's a long way to save, and you at the moment you only have 10 seconds behind you before Christopher Bell catches you just for position. In fact, Bell has actually passed Suarez, who has been on this fuel-saving journey already. Oh, man. Whew. 23 to go. 23 laps. Again, this 38 car it's running about as perfectly as it can be, but the question is, it has to be low on fuel at this point. 23 laps is way too much to try and reliably go on a tank of fuel. 22 to go. Again, Zane Smith, Herbst, Suarez continuing to fall down the leaderboard as is right now. Say Zane Smith's best career finish was at Nashville 2 years ago, back in 2014. So again, Bell continuing to put pressure here. He's closing in on the back bumper of Riley Herbst at the moment. And that is an incredible feat, again, to have run down some of these guys who did not pit and already be pressuring them for positions. Alright, here we go. Riley Herbst hits pit road. Only one driver left. Zane Smith versus the world. 4 seconds ahead of the field. 18 laps to go. Can Zane Smith possibly make it all 18 laps to the checkered flag here? That is about to be really interesting here. Could Zane get it done? And did someone pick Zane in race picks? There we go. Alright, so again, Zane Smith making an absolute masterclass here of coming to pit road. Oh, Herb's coming back to pit road. Okay. Oh, Herb's had a penalty on his pit stop, so he's having to come back down a second time. 15 to go here. Can Zane Smith hold on? Yeah, so you now have the 20 of Bell getting close, and is going to try and put pressure on the Zane Smith to have to force him to try and run out of fuel a little early. Come on, man. This is going to be an insane fuel save. If Zane Smith is able to hold off Bell and still save the fuel, that is going to be incredible. Oh, alright, here we go. Zane Smith gets passed by Christopher Bell. Still may end up getting a much better spot than he should have here if he's able to hang on to it. Caution flies for Chris Buescher getting up into the fence. The caution flies. Zane Smith looks like a genius right about now. Caution flies with 12 laps to go. There we go. Turning this one up. Man. Man. Yeah, something just went wrong with the 17 car of Busher there. The first tire or brake failure we've seen from a non Chevy driver. But there we go. Caution flag is out with 12 to go. Well, maybe we'll actually get through this then. I mean, at this point, we might as well. We've gone this long. But yeah, man, it has been just such a drag trying to get all the way through this. Like, this race has been long. 5.5 hours. It's gonna be almost 5.5 hours long. While the actual race time is only like 3.5. So we know Zane Smith is coming to pit road. Is anybody else going to come for fresh tires? 2 or 4? I think if you're Bell, Briscoe, or Hamlin, I think you got to believe in the power of friendship. I think the three of you got to work together. Alright, here we go. Let's see what we got. Again, pit road not open yet. Zane Smith will be definitely one of the first takers here on pit road once it opens officially. Alright, so yeah, this is about to be an exciting restart here. At least we get to see all the drivers at their best potentially duke it out here. But 10 to go. Alright, here we go. 9 laps to go. We still have not seen a pit stop from, I say, if they opened pit road, they should have opened it by now. 9 laps to go. And if they have opened it, are we about to see Zane Smith try and stay out? If so, everybody else better be coming to pit road in a hurry. Man, is Zane Smith really about to try and hang on here? That is going to be insane. Here we go. 8 laps to go. Come on. Open pit road already. Let's see who's coming. Have we really... did we open pit road and I just didn't notice because I was so fixated on whether or not Zane was coming? And may have overlooked the obvious of what if Zane just doesn't come? And Zane should be coming to pit road because there's no real reason why he shouldn't, but... And so here we go. Fresh tires. Alright, here we go. Pit road is definitely open this time, and here they come. Zane Smith, the only one. And it looks like maybe Tyler Reddick and the back third of the field. But Zane Smith, the only driver in the top 30, or in the top 20 or 30 that really chose to come to pit road here. Everybody else sliding up the leaderboard just a bit. And there we go. Nice splash of fuel. Go, go, go. No. Did they do no tires or 2 there? Alright, here we go. 9 drivers stayed. Only 9 drivers stayed out? Wow. I thought there was more than that stayed out. Zane Smith, 2 tires. Reddick, 2 tires. Then you got Blaney with 2 tires. No, Blaney took 4. McDowell 4. Hocevar 4. Stenhouse 4. So a lot of these guys who maybe took 2 tires to try and save the fuel or even a splash and go on the last stop, now grabbing 2 or 4 tires to try and fight their way through this field. It's an aggressive strategy, but it could work. I'm really curious to see if any of them will have the ability to try and fight their way through this one. Nashville 2024, we had a record-setting 5 overtimes, I believe, was the final tally. They're going through the count of them right now, and it's just one thing after another at this track. Overtime restart number 4. Restart number 5, and there it is. Logano taking the win on overtime number 5. A couple years ago. Alright, let's see. What do we got here? Again, it's going to be the 3 Toyotas battling it out, but this time they have no time to waste. So it'll absolutely be a duel straight from the start. Alright, let's see what we got here. 6 to go. It'll be 5 to go at the line, which means we're going green with at most 4 laps to go. Alright, here we go. Let's see if the lights on pit road is gonna come here. Alright, here we go. Alright, here we go. Doubled up, ready to go racing. 4 laps to go here. Green. There's a green flag will be dropping. It'll be 4 laps to go at the line. Green flag's out. We are racing here in Nashville. Once again, here comes Reddick popping out of line, trying to find something to do on the bottom. There's a Ty Gibbs being taken 4 wide on the outside. Ty Gibbs, they were 5 wide for a moment. Kyle Larson, something's wrong with that car. Kyle Larson backing way up. And it is a 3 Toyota fight at the front of the field, as it has been for most of the evening. It is a Bell versus Hamlin versus Briscoe knockdown drag fight here. And they are going to fight it all the way to the checkered flag. 3 laps to go. Let's see. Is it possible for these two drivers to stay side by side for 3 straight laps? There's side by side here down the back straightaway. Right now, it is advantage Christopher Bell. A good push from the 19 to the back bumper of the 20. But the 11 has the inside line and is really good at that side draft. Manipulate that air, gonna bend it, get that air on his back quarter panel, and allow you to try and dive it in the inside. Not gonna get clear of the 20, and ultimately gonna drift up the track just enough there. Again, they're continuing to duel this one out. Again, Denny Hamlin doing a masterful job side drafting down the back straightaways. Problem is that despite the inside line being faster, there was a big smoke screen they just had to drive through here as they take the white flag. 1 lap to go. 3 wide for the lead. It is 3 Toyotas out in front. Christopher Bell to the lead. To the bottom goes Hamlin. Hamlin clears down the back straightaway. Denny Hamlin for Joe Gibbs Racing out in front. Christopher Bell in second for Joe Gibbs Racing, and in third, it looks like it's going to be Briscoe solidly in third place as they cross the start-finish line here. The white flag is out. The checkers are now out. It's Denny Hamlin over Bell. Briscoe's going to come home with third. Where on earth did Ricky Stenhouse Jr. come from to get fourth? Elliott fifth. Reddick comes home sixth and is torn up like last year's Christmas present. Shane Van Gisbergen in 7th. 8th will be Ryan Blaney. 9th is where we find Zane Smith, who put up a heck of a fight after that pit stop. And then Carson Hocevar rounding out the top 10. What on earth was that finish? We are going to quickly go through the finishing order because I am tired and we have got stuff to do in the morning. And I want to get at least 6 hours of sleep, hopefully. Although 4 probably will do. Alright, but yeah, so as we said though, we went through the top 10 already. We'll recap them briefly. Again, Denny Hamlin, great day, led 57 laps en route to the checkered flag. Bell ran great all day, was up inside the top 5 most of the day. Briscoe right up there with his teammates as well. Stenhouse, no clue where Stenhouse came from. Then we got Chase Elliott in 5th, Reddick in 6th. He had a really solid day, continuing his very solid season in 6th, but with Denny Hamlin getting these race wins, he's about to tie Kyle Busch's record for a number of wins in his career. Tyler Reddick, that lead, while massive, is going to shrink with every win that Denny Hamlin's able to get towards you. SVG coming home with a top 10 finish on an oval, and it really isn't starting to feel like a fluke because he's running there throughout the races too. Ryan Blaney in the 8th position. Good job, Ryan. Got to support my fellow Ryans here. Zane Smith comes home 9th. 10th, Carson Hocevar. Getting outside the top 10, we have Eric Jones 11th. 12th is Ty Dillon, just beating out Ty Gibbs, the worst of the Gibbs drivers. But honestly, when the others are 1, 2, 3, it's hard to be upset with being the 4th best one, although you should probably be in the top 10 still if you're a Joe Gibbs driver. Joey Logano 14th, and Michael McDowell rounding out your top 15 drivers. Kind of bummed with that one. I was hoping he might be able to make a little bit more of a comeback after the 4-tire call. But ultimately, it looks like his teammate Hocevar was able to make it through the crowd, but not him. Noah Gragson, he had a couple of scary incidents throughout this race. Comes home 16th. And the last car officially, I believe, on the lead lap-ish. Not really sure because there's a lot. There's a dash instead of a time behind the leader. So I'm not sure if he finished one lap down or if he finished on the lead lap. We'll have to wait and I guess find out tomorrow when the official register has gone through. But then we got Riley Herbst 17th, one lap behind the race. Austin Dillon comes home 18th, 19th for Daniel Suarez, and Todd Gilliland rounds out the top 20. Then we got Cole Custer 21st, 22nd for Cody Ware, 23rd Kyle Larson, 24th will be John Hunter Nemechek, and running out the top 25, Corey Heim, the newly announced full-time Cup rookie next year. Then we got Cindric in 26th. Austin Hill coming home 27th in the RCR 33. Chad Fincham coming home driving the Garage 66 entry and he comes home in the 28th position. 29th for Chris Buescher, which brought out that final caution that ended the race. That was about to end. That essentially ended the race. Then we got William Byron 30th, 31st for Josh Berry. Bubba Wallace comes home 32nd. 33rd will be Alex Bowman. 34th, Brad Keselowski. 35th will be AJ Allmendinger. 36th, Ryan Preece. 37th and 38th, the two Trackhouse guys bringing up the rear. Ross Chastain 37th, and Connors Village will round out your 38-car field tonight. So that is the race. Hopefully you guys enjoyed. If you guys did enjoy this one, please leave a like, subscribe if you guys are new, so you guys don't miss any future videos or live streams. Again, we've been doing these things for a couple years now, and again, I try to not be this tired when I'm doing them, but yeah, it was just a really long day, and man, that wreck is absolutely massive. Just seeing the... Alright, so what ended up causing this hook at the end? Oh, a slightly bad push from whoever we're on board with into the 9 of Elliott causes just a complete wreckage of the number 9 car. Yeah, nothing you can really see as to what happened on that corner. That camera was pretty much just for shock value, but what happened before the leaders came through? Oh, Kyle Larson had a spin that laid a major smoke trail that the leaders had to drive through. Yeah, with that much smoke, I assumed maybe somebody had lost an engine or something and they were just trying to wait and evaluate if there was any oil down. But congratulations to Denny, and again, long night. We went 5.5 hours. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you guys do enjoy these videos or these streams, let me know, and I will see you guys next video. Live stream, whatever you guys decide to do the rest of your night. Have a great night, everybody, and goodbye.